We'll find out. Are you using XMP? I undervolt my 3XD. Am I using XMP? I don't think so. Don't believe so. Not currently. Squish is so scuffed that you need to manually refresh. At least it friggin' loads in when you refresh. Right now I'm trying to see if I can get the I don't know, it might be just bricked. I might need to figure out something else later. I was wanting to YouTube is pushing ads so hard that the video player just breaks whenever there's an ad. If no ad, everything works fine. YouTube ads? I haven't had any YouTube ads for a while because I've just been using like uBlock Origin or whatever, but that doesn't work on Twitch. But I haven't bothered to try to figure out a better ad block for Twitch. I've not had that issue. Alright, it seems like it's actually working now, finally. I don't know why that took so long for it to actually start working, but whatever. Alright. We fixed it. Kind of, sort of. Oh, crashed because I went to log into PoE. Yeah. Maybe before PoE 2 launches, I'll maybe think about doing the clean install Windows 10. I wonder if that's the best solution. XMP fixed my issue. And Zen, were you having the issue where you were crashing on the load screen? Were you having that same sort of issue? Just doing XMP? How do you feel about the 1 death per map thing? I'm kind of excited about it, to be honest. I think it'll make it feel better when you make a good build and you win. That'll be more satisfying. There's probably gonna be some parts where it's like, it like, you know, really sucks when you lose some really good map you have set up, or you have to path way farther around to get the thing you're going to. So it's like, I'm a bit unsure of how that will feel altogether, but I'm hesitantly thinking it'll be overall a good thing. We'll see how that ends up going, though. I can tell I'm gonna get really mad if I brick a boss or something I want, though. Yeah, there's definitely gonna be some tilt phases for it, right? How did Havoc get 171 support gems? Okay, so I'll show you guys the Havoc video. It's on the Havoc616 VODs channel. Also, for the people that were curious about the Dreamcore video, I didn't link it earlier. I'm gonna link it in chat for people that were curious about that. I'll link it for those that were curious. That was the Dreamcore video we just watched. The Havoc video is this. No, it's not this one, dang it. What's his other... How do you go to the thing where you find the related channels? Dang it, Havoc. Oh, I think it's called TV. I think it's his TV channel. Yeah, Havoc616 TV. What? All right, there we go. This video right here. So essentially what he does is he takes a solid 3 minutes and he hovers over basically every support gem. You know, really fast, where you have to pause every single time. But the guy that does PoE 2DB, he went through and added all of them. So now we have a pretty updated list of support gems. So Biggie needs 2 channels. Technically, it's 3 channels. But this is what we're going to be looking at. I'll link in both the chats for those of you who want to look at the video, but it's a lot of like very fast hovers. You have to keep pausing every single time or whatever. And realistically, we're just going to look through the list here because this is all imported from that video. That's where the information came from. Marcus, what'd you say? Sorry, that's the last thing I'm bothering with. What is this? Oh, you need a 7TV emote? PoE 2 login. Hell yeah. Wait, I can't add this though. Oh, it's because it doesn't think I'm signed in. Let me sign into it real quick here. All right. We have added it. You can now log into PoE 2 in chat. You guys now have the power. The unlimited power to now log into PoE 2 while in chat. Why did anyone do this for the entire sections of the tree? During the playtest, were there people hovering over you? Make sure you didn't just sit there and record the entire tree. You do have to get your stuff you share with people approved by GGG. Like you have to say, hey, this is the video I'm showcasing. Are you okay with this? And they'll be like, yes, no, you know, like, so they can tell you yes, no. As far as I know, Dreamcore did it, but Dreamcore he's min-maxing the content angle, and he's freaking doing 72 videos, 10 nodes each, and you know, he's doing an advent calendar until December 6th. But maybe now that he's done each of his individual sections, maybe he'll give us the full list now of nodes, but we will see. But anyways, that's where we're getting the info for these support gems. So let's take a little look. Some of this will be stuff we've already seen for sure, and other stuff will be new. He was telling me earlier the last event was hardly any PoE content creators. Yeah, there weren't many. I wasn't contacted about it, so it was definitely probably a much smaller group, which is probably, you know, fine. It's trying to keep it on the DL type of thing, maybe. All right, anyway, supported attacks. All the added attack support gems just seem generically good. Just here's some gain damages extra. This just seems solid. Seems like straightforward. If you're playing an attack build, these could be pretty easy go-tos. That is if you are of a single damage type. Like, the hard part here is if you have a weapon that has like flat cold and flat fire, then this part cooks you, right? The less damage part. Where'd this Stormweaver leak come from? Some person I've never seen before in my life. It looked like a Twitch streamer clip, and I don't know. I don't know if it's real. It was like a Word doc thing. Seems sus. It did seem sus. All right, what else do we have here? Accuracy, 50% more accuracy. I wonder how bad or good accuracy is going to feel. Accuracy, is this just going to be like kind of a bow thing? Or is it going to be regular attacks too? Because I feel like every time I've seen like mace gameplay, it feels like they seem like they always hit, right? I'm going to go 2 scepter. I think you can only have 1 scepter, Bob. I think you can only have 1. You could do scepter plus shield, or you could do scepter plus wand. I don't think you can do dual scepter. Ambush, 100% more critical hit chance against enemies that are on full life. That's a support now. Hit hard, hit once on the first hit. Stack dex for accuracy, oh no. Does the increased aura effect work on Blasphemy? I would doubt it, but let's go check real quick. We'll get distracted just slightly. Blasphemy is a spirit gem. No! No, I didn't mean it! No! 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 What if we we done? It was a mistake. Okay, we're fine. All right, we're fine. We're fine. It's fine. We're back. We're so back. Okay, we're fine. All right, everything's fine. Everything's fine. All right, we're gonna open up a second PoE. I'm not swapping off the support gem page anymore. We're gonna open up a second PoE 2 DB page. You know, I'm gonna open up a third one, so just in case we want to look at the regular skill gems too, just in case. You gotta be prepared. You know what I mean? You gotta be prepared. Triple backup. Yeah, we gotta be. That was scary, man. My entire plan for content today, which was looking through all these support gems, because honestly, I kind of want to, like, you know, I want to learn what we have to work with here. Was flash before my eyes. That was terrifying. Actually matters less if the distance is low. Okay, I wonder how that will feel. That might end up feeling pretty good if you don't really feel like you have to get too much accuracy to be a melee Giga Chad. Mana recovery looks really tough if leech resistances are super high in endgame. Not sure how to do it with Archmage. Mana recovery, I think, is gonna be... if the leak's real, mana recovery is gonna be a cakewalk. If that leak is real about the mana regen thing. Most likely the leak is fake, right? Probably. But I think it's gonna be a combination of Mana Flask, a combination of regenerate, a combination of maybe some cheese methods like the Essence Harvest. Is that a support gem? I think it's a support gem. Like, if this works with our little plan to use SRS, this will be like legit mana sustain. 50 mana per minion death. If we're able to PK our SRS every 2 seconds and like 10 of them or whatever, like that's like 250 mana per second. Like that'd be a solid source of mana sustain type of thing. So all the Ascendency of Witch Hunter has been revealed. Yeah, Ziggy D's video gave the details, the dirty details. Okay, what was I looking at? I wanted to look at Blasphemy. Does it have the aura tag? It does have the aura tag. What do you guys think? Do we think... Okay, hold on. I need to pull up the Dreamcore video now. Does it say non-curse aura? Does it say non-curse aura? I need to look at the Dreamcore video now. Because in everything in PoE 1 is like non-curse aura, non-curse aura, non-curse aura. It says it freaking everywhere. Huh? Dude, that might be... That's... Oh, that's kind of legit if that works with Blasphemy curse auras. That's like super legit. Yeah. Even if you don't have any other like aura stuff, that's super legit. Let's see if there's anything else that has the aura tag. Blasphemy is literally the only thing we know of that we can currently use as a reservation that isn't a scepter that has the aura tag. Isn't there a timeless with curse effect? I did see in Ziggy's video there was like a thing that made all notables and radius give 2% curse effect, which is pretty solid. Man, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, if that works with the like our double aura and feeble temp chains, that's pretty sick. I wonder how big of a radius it is. It seems pretty solid to me. Based on the Infernalist footage we had, it seems really good. Where are you, Infernalist footage? Can you support it further? I think we might be able to support it with more AoE. Okay, hold on. We'll show the Blasphemy aura real quick. It's literally, it's in the Infernalist showcase. Right there. Yeah, so what you can see if you look at this. So you see where this enemy is. Keep a look at this enemy. So you see that radius. That's the radius you're dealing with. Here, we'll pull out a paint to showcase this a little bit better. I think it looks quite good, but here, I'll do it this way. This will be the best way to do this. We'll do a more full look at it. Wait, I can just copy this, right, actually? Copy. If you look at it like this, and then you do one of these. That's not how this is done. I know how to make a circle. This totally does not look right. That still doesn't look right. I thought in my mind this worked out so much better. I clicked the ellipse. Is that why? They're not just a. That's the only one I have. Where's the freaking circle one? Is there not one that's just a default hold shift? All right, there we go. There we go. Okay. All right, but yeah, look at that. Assuming this doesn't have AoE support, because I would assume they wouldn't have AoE support on this. This is like at baseline. This is a pretty big area, not centered. Okay, it's close enough. You get the idea, though, right? Also, I finished the Transform the Mana RF journey into guide on PoE forum. Took me 2 hours. Not too bad, Gavin. Not too bad. Like that base AoE is good, and I think there is a legitimate chance. There is an increased AoE support. I saw it earlier. Area of effect support. 120 multiplier, 40% more AoE. Like, you have that, plus if you get a couple of increased AoE nodes, you're going to be the entire screen. Now, what I don't know is if this will give you an extra multiplier to Blasphemy. Because, like, the weird thing is, Blasphemy doesn't... Like, I would assume it would it should affect the cost. Like, it should go from 30 to 36 each, right? But that's the trade-off, right? 100, yeah, 20% more of the reservation. It would go to 36 each is what it would go to. Which I think that's still worth it for 12 spirit to make him affect that larger radius. Like, picture a boss across the screen having temp chains and feeble permanently on it type of thing. Could you use the curse spread thing? I don't want to have to recast. I want it instantaneously on my enemies at all times, and this allows us to invest into aura effect, which apparently we have on the tree right here, which would affect the Blasphemy aura. This 20% would make a 20% enfeeble go to 24. It would make the 34 temp chains go to 40. You know, that sounds crazy, right? How does Hexblast work with Blasphemy and PoE1? I have no idea. There's a curse effect support. Wait, is there? You're messy with me. Is there actually a curse effect support? Focused, cursed. Heightened curse. Wait, whoa. Guys, look at this. I think this means the cost multiplier does not affect the reservation then. Because otherwise, why would they have two separate things, right? It's a scam. This is pretty freaking strong. 25% more curse effect is pretty strong. Curses from a support skill spread to enemies within 3 meters when a cursed enemy dies. I wonder how well that works. A 150% multiplier means you can reserve 1.5 of the curse and get power of 1.25 curse. That might be something you still want. Like think of it this way. How valuable is the reservation space of the curse versus how valuable is your other reservation space? That's the way you have to think about it, not the fact that you're paying more reservation space for proportionally less curse effect, if that makes sense. So like let's do it this way. I mean, you could try to get some sort of evaluation. Let's say the 20 aura effect works with the aura, which I think it probably will. Let's say it gets to, I think the enfeeble course is going to get better than 20 less damage, but let's say it enfeebles 20% less damage, right? And then you get the 20 aura effect, it goes to 24. And then you get the 25% increase from the extra reservation space. Like, let's say you do that. That's another 6% less damage this enemy is dealing. So you take an enemy that would deal 76 damage, and then you make it deal 70 damage instead, which effectively is, let's hold on, let's see what that would be. You're effectively making the enemy deal 8% less damage, right? Or you're whatever, however you want to math that out, 9% less damage. You have to ask yourself, do I want the enemy to deal 9% less damage for the cost of 15 flat spirit? Right, that's the sort of calculation you're doing. Enfeeble is 16% on uniques. Enfeeble is a level 3 gem. Level 3. Level 3 does 16% less. There is a good chance level 20 does like 25% less for all we know. This is level 3. What's the temp chains one? The temporal chains is level 11 that does this. Level only scales the duration? You think so? I mean, that could be the case. Oops, I did not mean to click that. No. Just a prank. Level scales effect as well as duration. It scales both, right? Yeah, in PoE 1 it scales both. In PoE 1's enfeeble. There's no way it slows the boss for 34%. It doesn't seem very balanced, right? We'll see. We'll see what the curses actually do, but so far from what I've seen of curses, they all seem very, very freaking good. Enfeeble seems like just ridiculously bonkers. Temporal Chain seems ridiculous. Vulnerability seems like I have no idea how to freaking evaluate that. Do curses make enemies go below 0 res? You cannot pen past 0, as far as I know. I don't know if you can make enemies go negative res. Is that correct? If that's correct, minus res curses might be pretty worth too, then. For now, there's not enough support for a 6-link curse. Blasphemy, enfeeble, temp chains. Let's say you get another +1 curse. You go to a res curse. That's 4 sockets, and then you do more AoE, and then you do the heightened curse. There are 6 sockets. They said you can't go negative. Do you have a link to the clip, KBH? Of saying people they can't go negative? We have confirmation. I know I heard you can't pen past 0. I don't know if I heard that you can't make them go negative. I just want to confirm it. That would be good. That would be good to know. If you're reducing the res to the zero, below 0 is useless if you already have pen to 0. I think the thing I'm saying is there might be an argument to where you don't invest into pen and you take the res below 0. I've watched so much of the last few days. Does anyone know what that came from? Does anyone know where they said you can't go below 0? Yeah, I understand that, KBH. If like you watch so many different videos, you have no idea where you heard which thing. I've had that happen multiple times when going through stuff. Cursor minus res is only useful on rare bosses. Yeah, but the important thing is if it is a damage multiplier, it's very significant. It kind of makes sense, to be honest, to be able, if you're gonna penetrate, you penetrate the amount of res they have, right? Like if they have 50 res, it makes sense to penetrate that. If they have 0 res, what are you penning? But I could see the world where you could take the enemy to minus res, because we can get minus res, right? We can get minus 60 through the course of the campaign. Are they gonna have the minus 30 at half? From what I heard, it's minus 10 per act you complete. I plan on playing the new Merc Witch Hunter. I know how I will build damage, but the defense seems hard. What do you think? I'm not too sure, honestly. We don't know really how good armor and evasion are in terms of like the formula and stuff. I would just say YOLO, armor, evasion, scaling, then force as much life as you can into the character with strength on your gear and life on your gear. These numbers seem less broken if there's little to no curse effect. Yeah, but the thing is, there might be curse effect. Like this, bolstering presence, that might work with Blasphemy. Like GG spent so much time making everything say non-curse aura in PoE 1. This might work with Blasphemy. And Blasphemy has the aura tag. Does anyone know about scepters, that it's offhand only? I've heard that you can only use one. I think you could use it with a shield though. Like the video they showcased had a witch character running around with like an antler shield thingy. Are the small nodes going to whispers? Nope. No. We have seen a cluster jewel with curse effect though. Like you definitely can get curse effect for sure. Where did I see that? I saw that on Ziggy D's video. His video he posted today. He gets a cluster jewel right here, and he gets curse effect, and he augs it. Here, I'll pause it when he gets to it. How powerful are curses? The curses seem ridiculously good. They seem stronger than they are in PoE 1. Just at least the numbers I've seen so far. Yo, what the hell? Did he not showcase the jewel? Did I imagine he showcased the jewel? And when going Infernal Demon, if we lose Scepter, will we lose the random auras because of the Scepter we lost? Yeah, unless they change it. Going Demon form just seems pretty scuffed because you lose your weapons when you do it. It's around 1545. Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, this thing. Notable passives in radius grant 2% curse effect. And then he augs it, and it gives 25% effect to small nodes in radius. Like, that looks pretty crazy. He should have regaled it, dude. He should have seen if he could... I need him to test if you could regal those. I need him to test if he can regal those. Radius? Yeah, it's small radius, though. It depends if you got, like, a good cluster of notables nearby, right? Regal's too rare. He should have used it, man. There's a Palm Strike that applies curses with increased effect. Yeah, that seems legit. The problem is you have to keep redoing it, right? Do we try to get 100% reduced damage from enemy curses? It might be plausible if you can get enough curse effects. Seems pretty hard to do, though. Seems like that would be pretty hard to do. I definitely think Enfeeble and Curse defense is going to be very, very strong. If these numbers are remotely accurate for Temp Chains and Enfeeble, and if Blasphemy works with that aura effect, that stuff sounds really strong. You would need a quarterstaff to use it? Yes. Temp Chain, skill, text saying slowed mean that it's not action speed. That would make this quite a bit weaker if it's just their movement speed. I don't know. We'll have to test it in game. Slowed is pretty generic though. It says action speed. Oh, there you go. Lowering their action speed. Never mind. Never mind. The orange text, guys. Does weapon swapping affect skill slots? No. Your skills are there no matter what you swap in and out. You only lose slots if you take an item completely off, I think. Because it's the slots are provided by the gear pieces, right? Does the recovery, I guess, work if you active block with the shield? I think potentially, yeah. That'll be some. That's gonna be some weird combinations. All right, curses seem OP. That's my current feeling towards this. Let's keep looking through some other stuff. We gotta get through these curse gems, or these support gems eventually. Scepter Shield, here I go. Yeah, I think I'm logging to the Scepter Shield. Spirit Reservation just seems so strong. It just seems so strong. Ambush is the support that gives you crit on against full enemies. Not sure that matters too much. Chance for crossbow attacks to not consume a bolt. That might feel good. DNT. What's DNT stand for again? Not ready yet. Something. I can't. To be determined. I can't freaking remember what DNT stands for. Do you think we will have a Curse Ascendency node on early access? Maybe. I think it's unlikely. I think if there's going to be a Curse Ascendency node, I think it's going to be on the next Witch Ascendancy. I think the next Witch Ascendancy is going to be an Occultist. Do not translate. Not ready. Yep. So that means there's a very good chance this gets changed. Last Witch has to be Chaos. Yeah, I think if somebody's going to have a curse node, it's going to be that. Gain Arcane Surge after spending mana. Yeah, this condition makes me think Arcane Surge is going to be better than what it is in, like, PoE. A burst of mana regen and cast speed. What if the 10% mana regen is, like, 10% more mana regen per second? Maybe that would make sense if it was a more mana regen per second, not 10% base mana regen per second. It needs to have some good numbers for that requirement. Yeah, this is a very steep requirement. I think pure lightning casters will be viable, or will we have to use other elemental spells? I think pure casters of lightning will be very viable. I think those will be the best kind of viable, to be honest. The Archmage buff just seems so strong. Spending 5k mana before getting the regen is a bit cooked. Yeah, it's super, super weird. So we're going to find out if that is base regen or not. AoE support, which based on the fact this doesn't have a reservation multiplier, I feel like that means we can just literally just use this with our Blasphemy. Oh, that's gonna feel so good. Unless we end up wanting it on some other skill for the AoE, but that sounds so nice. This thing just socketed in our double Blasphemy. That just sounds like a good time. Do we ever socket some Ice Bite and such to get chills or freeze in the build? I haven't seen Ice Bite support yet. Well, maybe there will be later on when I get to that. Like biting cold sounds like Ice Bite. But yeah, generally, if there's a reason to add in some extra support to proc some extra debuff or something, it can be worth doing. Who won't use Blasphemy? People that don't know. People that think it's better to cast the curse manually. It does feel like GG are super invested in us switching skills a lot. That might not apply to elemental damage types. Everything I've seen so far, I am not convinced the combo play is good enough. I think solo or one button builds will be meta. I think maybe in hardcore the combo builds might prevail, but I think the one button cast builds are gonna be, there's gonna be a large amount of them. John said once the class that the Sorks switched to the least. Yeah. Well, he was saying that they didn't support switching, which means there weren't enough combo skills that were tempting enough for people to use. I feel like Blasphemy might go from 60 to 100 spirit, guys. There's going to be a lot of nerfs that occur within the first, like, month. A ton of nerfs and a ton of buffs that probably occur. Blasphemy is probably on the chopping block, but I think for start, it might go through with 30, dude. It might go through with 30. Seems crazy to me, though. Maybe after years of people not using Blasphemy, that maybe GGG's gone soft on Blasphemy. Because, like, Blasphemy has not been used in PoE builds for multiple years. It was, like, somewhat meta at one point, but that point was so long ago that we forgot about it, and GGG forgot about it, and I think it might just go through. How much spirit do we get? 180. 30 per act. Don't snitch. Yeah, don't tell Jungron. That man will take it. He will upload a video and be like, I discovered Blasphemy. And you gotta watch out, because next thing you know, GGG's gonna know, because he's friggin' gonna tell them all about it. He's gonna ruin our fun. Don't tell Jung. Killing blows from support skills, strike skills against rare monsters grant one of their modifiers for 20 seconds. So this is behead basically from current PoE. For 20 seconds. I don't know. Maybe you notice a rare monster that has some good mod, and then you have a specific skill set up with this, and you always PK the rare with that mod, with that weapon or that skill or whatever. I don't know. Only 20 seconds feels like way too much effort to think about using this. Play with stuff like Beyond is things that are going to encourage us to combo. Yeah, this is only something that you combo with. I think I'm not going to use it at all, ever, is my guess. Auto reload. Support skills reload automatically on heavy stunning an enemy. I don't know about that. This is the one thing where I'm like kind of unsure about the mercenary gameplay, is the reloading. Whenever they're going like the, you know, they're doing that the entire time. I'm a little bit unsure about the reload situation. Does inspiration work with spirit reservation? Inspiration, support skills of less cost. I would say probably no, would be my guess. We have seen, here, there's an example right here. There's an example of reservation multiplier, and it is heightened curse and herbalism. Supports persistent buff skills, causing you to gain increased life recovery from last while skill is active. Yeah, so there's this and there's this. That's the only cost reservation multipliers we've seen so far. So a lot of the stuff that's just cost multiplier, I don't think affects your reservation amount. So people that are like 6-linking up their trigger skill, you're not going to take your cast on crit skill from being 100 spirit to being 300 because you 6-linked it, which I think is kind of nice. You know, it makes planning it a little bit easy. Maybe it makes it too OP, who knows. I also kind of wonder if trigger skills cost mana or not. Hey, Alexander Bagman, how you doing, dude? Precision is a precision cost multiplier, gives you accuracy. You know, that's a good point. Why is this a cost multiplier if all it is a support for persistent buff? Maybe it's something where they haven't gone through and added reservation multipliers for certain supports. You know, it could be something like that where it's something they need to go back and add. Alexander Bagman, nice to see your streams. Thanks, man. Glad you're doing well. They definitely will cost mana. Yeah, probably. But we can dream, right? We can dream. All right, Biting Cold. Support skills apply cold exposures to enemies they chill, applying -10 cold resistance. Support skills apply cold exposure to enemies they freeze, applying -10. So a total of -20, or it's just one or the other? I think it's just 10 total, right? Support any skills that hits an enemy guaranteeing a critical. Biting Frost. I guess if you have a way where you're constantly freezing the enemy, then this could feel good. Every time Lance talks to a YouTube chatter, I think he's gone crazy. YouTube chatters are people too, okay? They're people too. Look at them. Look at them, okay? You see that? You see those little red buttons, okay? They're chatters too. They have rights, okay? They have rights. Don't be talking smack to the YouTube chatters. Okay, as someone who alternates YouTube and Twitch, we are real. That's right, they're real. Where's the leak for Stormweaver? We were hovering over that previously. The leak for Stormweaver is exposure plus 20 minus. Arcane Surge is permanent, and Arcane Surge effect based on how much flat mana you have. Whether or not that leak is real, I don't know. It seemed kind of scuffed, so I would not put a lot of stake in it. I have no rights. No, you have rights. Okay, don't let the Twitch chatters get you down. Have an eye on the colors of supports. I was planning on spell Archmage at 60%. Relevant gems turned out to be green or red. Really considering gem leader now to save on all the deck strength. Do we have an idea of the level 20 gem requirements? Oh, I should say this. For those of you wondering about gem requirements, it works way differently than it does in PoE 1. And it's differently in like a good way. If you look here, you'll notice every time you look at a support gem, it says support requirements plus 5 dex or plus 5 strength. What that means is, let's say you have 30 strength, you can equip 6 red gems, essentially. So like, you know how like in PoE 1, let's say you're playing Righteous Fire and you have like a lot of strength and a lot of int, but you have no dex, and then you want to go equip Swift Affliction, you'd have to go get like 2 50 dex rolls just to equip 1 gem. Right now, what it seems like to me is you're going to be able to get away with like, like 1 dex roll here and you can equip like 8 dex gems or something like that. Like, I don't think it'll be that hard. Like, attribute requirements seems way easier to solve in PoE 2. Is it plus 5 across all? Basically, it's the amount of support gems that you're going to have that are going to be green. It's that number times 5 is the amount of dex you need. So every time, like, for example, you level up and you're like, oh, and you find a support gem and you want to go equip it, you just have to like swap out a node and be like, okay, this is a dex node now, and you can put it in. The gem level doesn't change. They're all plus 5. Considering we can pick our attribute, it feels super free to me. I think so too. I don't think it's gonna be a hard problem to solve. I think it's much easier than PoE 1's attribute requirements. Gear is gonna be another story. Like int gear, I've seen some int pieces with like 200 int requirements, stuff like that. But I think the gem requirement, you get like 50 dex, 50 strength. You know, that's 10 red gems, 10 green gems. You're gonna be fine. Especially you can swap out your attribute nodes on the tree freely, like with will, and you could pick whatever travel node you need. Nothing apart from ascendancies are locked. Yes. So far, the only thing we know that's locked is being able to change your ascendancy to a new ascendancy. You can respec nodes from your ascendancy. You can't swap out of the ascendancy to the different ascendancy, though. We get 5 per point on tree. Correct. 5 per point on tree. From what I've seen gear-wise, I think the highest roll of like strength enter dex on gear, I think is going to be maybe 40. I think that's my guess based on the gear we've seen. Bleed chance. Sport skills have 60% chance to inflict bleeding. I wonder how bleed will feel. Did they confirm 8 Ascendency nodes? Yes, Siggy with it confirmed it with his video today. Sport skills deal 30% more melee fizz against bleeding enemies. Sport attacks cannot cause bleeding. Classic bloodlust. Have we seen 30 stat nodes? I don't believe so. Nothing that's been highlighted over. 20% chance to gain endurance charge when you fully break armor. Dude, I don't know what's going on with the armor break thing. Am I the only one that thinks the warrior players and the mercenaries with their little armor break stuff? Surely they're coping. Does the armor break stuff you think really matter? They're spending all this time. I'm gonna break this dude's armor, and then I'm gonna get this really heavy hit, and it's gonna deal so much damage. Every time I've seen them do like the setup and stuff, they end up like chunking the enemy for like 10% of the HP, and I just go, that doesn't seem very good. I'm not sold. It's same as curse, yeah, but the thing about curse is I'm not spending an hour setting up for it. You know what I mean? I feel attacked right now. No, don't take it too personally. I'm just 12x multiplier. You can consume armor break for a crit with Sunder or a big hit with some supports. Yeah. I don't know. That to me, that's just like so much opportunity cost of the setup time for it. I'm looking forward to trying to deck stack a Legionnaire with the highest attribute for all gem requirements, the deck stacker speed damage nodes tree. Good luck, man. I wish you the best of luck. I gotta be honest with you, though, I think your plan is gonna get cooked. I don't think that attribute node is as good as you think it is. I think that attribute node is gigabait. Unless there's something that's attribute scaling somewhere else, like behind that node, that carries it, that node seems trash to me. I just don't think it's hard to solve attributes in the current in this setup with the +5 thing. How do ammunition gems work? We've seen a couple of them. It just seems like say you have 10 bolts that you're going to go through, maybe you get to go through 14 instead. I don't know, they seem like they're maybe okay. I'm not particularly sold on it, is what I would say. All right. What else do we have now? Right now, break posture. Sport skills apply days when fully breaking. Days last for 6 seconds. Days enemies when they fully break. Is anything gonna tell me what the hell days is? I guess we'll never know. Days might be like 100% more damage, maybe. I don't know. We'll never know. I hope Rangers have to buy 10 arrows for 2,000 gold. No, that's toxic. They're not gonna have to do that. Brutality is classic brutality. Looks good if you're a fizz build, sure. Poisonous sword skills also add 200% of damage per second to enemy as plague up to 10% of the enemy's life. Wait, what? Sword skills that can poison enemies cause poison enemies to gain plague over time and explode in a plague burst on death. That sounds kind of legit. Causing poison enemies to gain plague over time and then explode. Poison sword skills Add 200% of damage per second to enemy as plague. I mean, that sounds neat. I have no idea how to, like, my brain doesn't know how to register how good this is or isn't. Explode? Yeah, I saw explode. See, I don't know. Explode plus maybe it gives you damage too on a poison build. Maybe that's good. Where was the leak Havoc was talking about? The Word doc, Sword Ascendency. We got linked a thing for Stormweaver, and the Stormweaver thing was Arcane Surge stuff, but we haven't seen anything else. The Stormweaver stuff seemed like it could be good. It seemed like it also might be fake. Cannibalism is just free. Supported persistent buff skills. Wait, what? Cause you to recover life on kill while the skill is active? Just 4% life on kill? just you just put that on whatever. A lot of these things that support persistent buffs are just kind of like funny to me. Hold on. I'm gonna go back to this. Clarity, precision, herbalism, vitality. Yeah, it's like regen, accuracy, recover life on kill, mana regen. There's a 12% life on coal. That's probably one of the, like, the weird coal support ones, right? Doesn't even have a cost multiplier. No, it doesn't. There's no way this stuff's finalized, though. Surely not. There's gonna be quite a few things that are just, like, broken or bad at the launch. Chaos Mastery support. Supports chaos skills, granting them an additional level. Support chaos. Just +1 chaos. Okay. I think what scenarios you use this in. I mean, in some skills, it might be your best DPS multiplier. I guess you could put this on, like the Malice Aura support. You put it on a curse, yeah. I want to do a Chaos Dot build on Chonk. Well, you can at least get +1 Chaos right here for sure. That's a weird one. Ooh, Chain support with Arc with the Mana Tempest seems like it could be a decent little setup. There could be something there. Use it on a skill you don't want to use an uncut gem on. Chain 100% more times. Yeah. Because like if you look at the, let's go pull up Arc. If you look at Arc is 2 chains. You get 50% more per chain. You put on chain support on top of that. That goes from 2 chains to now 6 chains. Let's see what the damage like that. Does the damage go up when you do that? Let's just see. So you go from... Okay, 50% less damage with chain support. Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. First, we multiply by 2 because it has 100% more damage with 2 chains. Then we put on chain support. Wait, no. Okay, so it's 95 is what it is currently. 47.5. Chain support is divide by 2, 50% less damage. And then, since it's 6 change, it's 300% more damage, which means we multiply by 4. So it's basically you get +6, you get +4 chains with no damage degrade with chain support. But then if you go and you use Mana Tempest, what is that skill called? Is it Mana Tempest? Am I imagining this? Yeah, Mana Tempest. This thing gives +2 chains, right? Buff causes beams from lightnings to give +2 chains. And also give 58% extra. Read the last part of the chain support. I did. It has 50% less damage with hits. This seems like you put this on and it just gives you Giga Clear and it doesn't decrease your damage with it doesn't decrease your damage with Arc. It seems like it just balances it. But with the Mana Tempest and chain support, you could have 10 chains, which just sounds kind of hilarious. That's level 1. Support gems do not level. They stay at level 1. They stay at level 1. Do not chain further from those targets. Seems bad with chain support. Where do you see that on? Is that a part of Mana Tempest? Not chain farther from those targets. I guess I don't really know what that means. Does that mean, like, it limits the distance you can chain between enemies, or it just means it doesn't chain? Oh, it causes it to chain to +2 targets when chaining. Oh, it's not additional chains. It's like fork for change. Yeah, it's Val Arc. That's kind of cool, actually. So it's kind of like Giga Clear. You pop that, and then you click it, and it branches out like crazy. Does poison work on spells? Maybe. I would think maybe if you're doing a chaos spell. It means on your first chain, it'll chain to 3 targets instead of 1, but it'll stop chaining after. It seems kind of, I don't know, maybe it's cooked. If it bricks the spread, then it's cooked. If it makes it work better, then it's good. I don't know how to read this. I'm just gonna move on. I'm gonna move on. I don't know what to think right now. Higher tier means higher uncut support gem. Yeah, the tier is just basically it's tying certain gems to a certain like level of character essentially. Chaotic freeze. Enemies taking chaos damage over time from support skills receive freeze buildup when hit by chaos damage. That's kind of interesting. You get to add in a little bit of freeze to your chaos build. I dig it. Clarity we saw, which is mana regeneration rate. I think you just throw this on 100%. No, it will chain to an enemy, which will chain to 3 enemies, but 2 of those enemies won't chain anymore. Okay, I like that answer. That makes sense. So what it's saying is, every single time you chain, you get an extra 2 branches. Okay, I'm following, but those branches don't continue to chain. I see. So basically, I go from hitting, let's say, 6 enemies with the, let's say I have 6 chains, I hit 7 enemies. But instead of hitting 7 enemies, I now hit another 2 for each of the 6 chains. So I hit 19 times or whatever. That seems good. Seems solid. That makes sense. Quite satisfying? Yeah, I would think so. The real effect is losing visual clarity. If you don't know it yet, that's actually the end game goal. That's what we try to do as PoE players. The goal, the ideal goal, is to end up not knowing what the hell's going on. That's when your build is good. Is when you literally have no idea what's going on screen. That means it's working. Close combat. Could you increase the text size on the page here? Let me zoom in for you guys. Enhance. Enhance. Is that okay? We good? Can everybody see this now? Brain off, pre-lights on. Exactly. This is why Lance uses Celestial RF. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Celestial RF is usually I click that when my build's good enough to not see ground. It's a rite of passage. Supported skills deal 25% more attack damage to enemies within 1 meter of you, scaling down. Okay. That's pretty classic. Close combat. Support skills inflict cold exposure for 8 seconds on crit with damage. With cold damage. Support skills deal 25% less. It doesn't tell us what the baseline of cold exposure is. Which is weird, because like the one up here tells us minus 10 cold res, right? It literally says minus 10 cold. Cold exposure minus 10, but this one just says cold exposure. Biting cold is outdated. It wasn't in the Havoc video? Yeah. I wonder how many of those gems, how many of these gems are outdated then. Cold mastery +1. Cold pen. We guys, there's gonna be some gems in here we're gonna look at that aren't real. I don't know what to believe anymore. 40% more damage on Conk Effect. You just use that on a single target skill, right? That's a pretty big damage multiplier. Many of these gems show different tiers. Is that based on the gem, or all levels have their tiers? The tier is essentially telling you that like a tier 1 gem, let's say you can pick that up and you can put that on your character at level 1, and then maybe at level 10 you can find tier 2 gems that you can equip and put on. Certain gems are, they don't want to give you right out the gate early on, and that's their way of limiting when you get access to them, essentially. So as you level up, you'll start encountering higher tier uncut gems or whatever, and then you could pick from a larger list of gems. It's like how gems are gated pre-Lily. Yeah, exactly like that. It's essentially like, you know, some certain skills are in Act 3 and you don't get them earlier on. You don't get Firestorm in Act 1, you get it in Act 3. Combo Finisher. This is for the multi-button build enjoyers. Supported melee skills you use yourself. Support skills cannot be used until enough combo has been built up. Deal massively more damage. Support skills lose combo if you generate no combo for 8 seconds. Deal 50% more damage. Support skills require 5 combo to use. You need to use at least 5 other skills before you could use this skill. Hey, where are my combo build enjoyers? This one's for you. You yeah, build up your combo before you get that 50% juicy multiplier. It's for the mug, dude. This is rough, man. The quintuple combo gen until you could use it. You lose your combo if you haven't generated it in the past 8 seconds. Hammer of the Gods? Yeah, this is a Hammer of the Gods link. Yeah, I could see that. You're using your basic attacks, generating the combo, and then boom, Hammer of the Gods. I'm going to Monk, but I might not use that. I think it makes sense if you just have some big attack skill you don't use very often. I mean, it is still like a pretty big, like, Hammer of the Gods is a perfect example of something you should use this on. Hammer of the Gods is great for this. Does Hammer of the Gods count as a melee attack? It does. I believe so. Combo gameplay on Monk look pretty good. Yeah, there are some good combo skills. I'm not going to hate that hard, but it's still funny to me. Supported skills have more shock chance. Lame. Support skills deal 40% more spell damage with hits and cannot deal crits. More spell damage with hits. Sounds legit to me. But not dealing crits is pretty bad, though. Not dealing crits is really rough, honestly. Because crits now at baseline do triple damage, right? When you hit with a crit. Or no, crits at baseline do double damage is what they do. So let's say every 10th hit is a crit, because most skills are like base 10 crit. That means you go from 110% to 140. No, okay, no, that's a good link early. That's actually probably a good link. That is a good link until you get good crit scaling. Because you're going from 110 to 140, which is like 25% more damage, right? That's a pretty good link early. It's a shame it doesn't work for dots. That's kind of funny about this, because that was the one good use case of control destruction in PoE 1. We'll see. I mean, early it's a good link. We'll see if later. I mean, there might also be skills that literally can't crit that you pair with this perfectly. It does work for dots. It works for ignites and stuff. It's not going to work for like a dot type of skill. What did Havoc do? Havoc made this video where he highlighted over every support gem in the menu accessible. And the PoE 2 DB guy went ahead and put them all in PoE 2 DB. There are heroes. So right now we're looking through the support gems options. Ignite is scaled with hit damage. Yes, it's now scaled with hit damage. Ignite ailments are very different in PoE 2 from what I can tell. I like how there's still some empty slots. Yeah, there's a lot of support gems. Corpse conservation. Corpse consumed by support skills have 50% chance to not be destroyed. I don't know what to think about that. What? What is this? What is this very weird build? Very weird support. Please, GGG, no DD. No DD, please. All right, corrosion. Put the ritual corpse under the boss. Shut your mouth right now. Please tell me that's not going to be gameplay. Poisons applied by support skills also break armor equal to 80% of the poison damage dealt. Okay, so you're comboing physical damage and poison. I still have no idea what to think about the break armor thing. I truly do not know what to think about this. Does armor reduce? What did they do to the armor formula? I guess that's what I want to figure out. That's gonna be an important thing, I guess, to figure out is what the hell they did to the armor formula. This will be OP with Sunder. Yeah, if you're constantly trying to proc the extra damage from it, right? Break armor will be great, or fizz damage will be super pointless. Yeah, I don't know what to think about it. I kind of wonder what it's going to look like in late game. Corrupting Cry. Deal 10% of your strength as physical damage per second. Support war cries have 30 less AoE. I wonder if this is stackable, but 10% of your strength is pretty rough. There is a 50% more multi on broken armor consume support. But then you have to re-break the armor, right? Every time you use that. Do we know what the gas cloud is? Gas arrow. Nope. I do not see any damage numbers for gas arrow. No CD, Warcry. Yeah, I have no idea what to think about this. This sounds really bad in terms of like if you have 1,000 strength, which is going to be really hard to get to. That's 100 flat damage. But at the same time, they downscaled all of our flat like across the board. So it's kind of hard to tell if this is actually bad or not. Does lightning conduit work with LE discharge if you have a 2-shock ascendancy? I mean, if you have a shock on the enemy and then you proc lightning conduit, it will consume the shock, right? But lightning conduit can't reapply a new shock as far as I know. Coursing current. Shocking hits from support skills have a 50% chance to also shock enemies in a radius. Okay, so shock prolif, sure. Support skills have bonus crit and less critical hit chance. I have seen very little percent crit chance. I've seen very little increased crit chance. I'm kind of wondering, like, that's the big limiting factor, I think, on crit builds. I'm kind of wondering how hard that stuff is to get. To be honest, 10% strength at level 1. Olden, support gems they don't level up. They stay at level 1 the entire time. There is no leveling for support gems. They stay at level 1. Call against rare uniques, sure. Let me just, every time I get the boss low, let me pause the game and put Call on. I know, yep. It's one of the changes. Base crit is higher. Yeah, base crit is significantly higher, but percent crit chance is also significantly lower. I see very little of it. The biggest thing I've seen for crit is the support gem that gives you increased crit chance every second you haven't used the skill recently. How much higher? A lot of the weapon bases start at like 10 base crit. A lot of the spells start around 10 base crit. For context, in PoE 1, a lot of weapon bases are 5 base crit, and a lot of the spells are 5 base crit. So that's the sort of thing. But it's way lower percent crit chance, crit chance from what I could tell. Not a lot of sources of it from what I've seen. Days build up. I'm guessing this is some sort of weird stun, but I don't know. Dazing support, days build up. Dazing cry. Days build up. The hell is days? What? Level crit goes up to 200%. Yeah, that's the one thing I've seen of like any decent amount of crit chance support, and it's basically it's dependent on, it's essentially dependent on not using the skill for 4 seconds. Deadly poison. Support skills deal 25% less damage with hits, but 75% more poison from support skills. Okay, fair enough. This actually affects the poison now, so that's a little bit weird. But yeah, you're maining poison. Oh, it's dealy poison. Yo, dealy poison. Now we're talking. Taryn, can you respec Ascendency? Based on the interview with Jonathan and Talkative Try, you cannot swap to a different Ascendency, but you can swap your Ascendency nodes. Like, if you don't like that you spec the Hellhound on Infernalist, you can unspec those nodes and spec into the demon form. Is that the yellow heavy stun? I don't know. Daze, heavy stun. I have no idea what's going on. I'm going to click Archmage and I'm just going to kill the enemy. In my opinion, what's better, a dazed enemy or a dead enemy? I would say a dead enemy. I'm not feeling the dazed stun stuff. I'm not a believer. I am not a believer. Decaying Hex. Support skills inflict decay, dealing 30% intelligence as chaos damage per second for 8 seconds. Cursed enemies, bodies decay. I wonder how often it applies this, if this stacks. We should just throw this on our Blasphemy aura and just see if it works. Kinda curious. Yeah, free Death's Oath. Does it work with aura courses? I would think so. I don't freaking know. Is Death OP vibe? Yeah, it is. Deep Cuts. 75% more effective bleeding from support skills. So there's going to be one that does this for Ignite, right? There's one for Dealy Poison, Deep Cuts. There's going to be one for Ignite, too. Deep Freeze. Support skills have increased freeze duration on enemies. It's just easier to freeze, sure. That doesn't feel great for a support gem, though, does it? Support skills fully break armor when inflicting a heavy stun. Yeah, heavy stun, armor break. My brain just has no idea how to conceptualize this. Does the PoE 2 wiki have any info on what the hell this means? Armor is a defense that provides damage reduction for incoming spells and attacks. Percent reduction pretends on the size of the armor, blah, blah, blah. Armor's associated with strength. Hits break armor can break given an uneven portion running. It's just like I have no way to conceptualize how much armor break matters. They haven't told us, right? Have they asked DM since he played a stun build? There's a big difference between, oh, this is how it felt in Act 1 versus like the actual, you know, mechanics behind something. Like that stuff makes a big difference though. And he can't answer, he won't be able to answer what the actual mechanics are. Maybe they have a base armor, your hits break it to 0, then it's broken flagged. Yeah, you see the debuff pop up on bosses and stuff, but what I'm trying to say is, like, how do you quantify how valuable it is to forcibly break armor versus just hitting the enemy additional times with a certain attack? I know about the heavy stun. The heavy stun gives the boss, like, completely freaking, they're locked on the ground freaking for 4 seconds or whatever it is. And then you have like a big DPS window, which is nice. All mobs have it too, not just bosses. Yeah, it's a mechanic. I'm just saying we don't have a good way to quantify it. Sport skills load an additional bolts. Sport skills have less reload speed. I am nervous about the bow reload, the crossbow load bolt thing. Context is high velocity ammo, consumes broken armor for 150% more damage. Is that all it is? Is just there's support gems that take advantage of it? High velocity rounds. Consume fully broken armor for 150% more. So it's like you spend the time breaking their armor to then make this skill deal more damage. Do we even know if this skill is a good skill? That's what goes through my head. I keep trying things to support stun combo and deleting it before I post it. I must admit I'm in heavy copium. Yeah, I am not necessarily a big believer in the stun stuff. Maybe there's a chance it works out pretty well, but I don't know. Consuming your armor, you're setting up for a support gem to work. I don't know, it seems rough. I believe in the Sunder memes. How much does Sunder get? Sunder. Crit damage bonus. Consumes fully broken armor to guarantee a crit. Yeah, this might feel decent. The Sunder angle. It's got good effectiveness. It has Omega attack time. The guarantee crit's hard to get. It has an extra bonus, so you do triple damage. If you could find a way to consistently proc the armor break without doing too much investment, that is a pretty big damage multiplier. But also at the same time, would you rather set up armor break with Sunder like 3 or 4 times, or set it up with Hammer of the Gods? You know what I mean? Like set this thing up. This is where you really want the multiplier. You do both. Yeah, I guess you can do both technically. Seems so much fun with Chronomancer. Yeah, Hammer of the Gods is just a cool skill. I think it looks pretty neat. Stun into Bone Shatter for heavy stun. Supported heavy stun to armor break. Seismic Cry into Mega Hammer of the Gods. Yeah. And then hopefully you run around for another 24 seconds until you got the Hammer of the Gods back. There is a lot of CDR on the tree, though, which should help. 7.5 days. Yeah, we got a long way to go. Drain ailments. Hold on, what's this? Support skills consume a random ailment on target when inflicting damage over time debuffs. Causing the debuff to deal 35% more damage if an ailment was consumed. This is weird. So you're supporting a dot skill that consumes ailments on the enemy. Poison to poison more. It's more like Scorching Ray to consume and ignite. I don't know. It sounds weird to me. I don't know what to think. That's weird. I guess if you're inflicting some like non-consequential ignites or something. What's the most exciting support so far? What's the most exciting support so far? There's quite a few good ones. I like the persistent buff supports. Those seem like some nice little passive benefits you get from your reservations, from your spirit. I like the more AoE support. It's 40% more AoE. So there's gonna be some skills you can set up with just some Giga Eyes, which will feel pretty good. Will feel pretty cool. And then there seem to be some just decent damage multipliers depending on what your build is. Some specialized ones. Drain ailment would work with chilled ground, right? Maybe. I really don't know. This one's just weird to me. Stormfire type. I haven't gotten to that one yet. It's okay though. I'm making progress. Okay. Supports any spell that hits enemies, causing it to consume elemental ailments on hit to trigger an elemental discharge. Cannot inflict shock, freeze, ignite. Consume free shock or ignite to trigger elemental discharge. What the hell is elemental discharge? That is discharge? Yeah, but how much damage does it do? Omega lightning conduit? Yeah, it is kind of like a lightning conduit, but it's tri-elemental, I guess. And it doesn't level up. I don't know. That's concerning if you ask me. If this is a support gem, it doesn't level up. Where's your flat come from, right? Prismatic burst. Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in whatever this is, unless it like does some sort of weird debuff or something like utility wise. Elemental focus, more damage, cannot inflict elemental ailments. I wonder if this is you just don't usually click this on ignite. Dude, I don't know if I want to click this at all. Like, Chill Freeze are really strong, Shock's really strong, and Ignite is just kind of pairs with base damage scaling. Like, I don't know if this is going to be ever worth. This one feels a little bit sketch to me. Maybe Elemental Focus will make sense. We'll have to try some different things. Empowered Cull. Empowered Discharge or Empowered Damage. What? Support skills that can empower skills other than themselves cause skills they empower to cull. Supported skills that can empower skills other than themselves, causing skills they empower to cull. What? War Cries? Yeah, okay, War Cries might make sense. Let's see. Yeah, there's a War Cry right here. This does say empower in it. Mana Tempest? Mana Tempest doesn't say empower in it though, does it? Buff empowers bow attack. Oh, it does say empower in it. Okay. So there are other things. Supercharged slam. Stampede. Pain offering. Okay, so your war cries are a good example. Interesting. So yeah, war cries and a few other weird ones, I guess. Multiplication is like Unleash on steroids, but requires 2-skill setup. Yeah, and it requires reservation. I don't know if it's necessarily Unleash on steroids, because Unleash you can just keep casting and keep getting the benefit from, right? That's how I look at it, at least. Empowered damage. Skills empowered by supported skills. Skills empowered by support skills deal 15% more damage. Okay, so you go and you put this on your war cry. That seems pretty legit. So you're playing a build with like a war cry or some sort of buff proc. I mean, this is no brainer, right? You put on this thing, you put on this thing. You know what also probably works? What think about like, what if like demon form? What if the wording for demon form is like your skills are empowered with more damage? You know, like there might be other things like skills tied to various ascendancies that can work with this, right? Demon form equal energy blade. Demon form we don't freaking know. The description is very vague that Jonathan gave us. Tempest mana, yeah, Tempest works. This actually seems pretty legitimate, honestly. This seems like easy go-tos if you have some utility ability that's powering you up. You get Cull and 15% more damage that way. Seems actually kind of legit. I have to refill the water, guys. We're empty. So give me 1 second. I need hydration. I'm getting thirsty. I will be right back. I promise. I'm not sneaking away to grab a snack. I just need some water, okay? Scythe Cry also guarantees any tease and Aftershock after the next slam. Hits heavy stun the monster. Yeah, I think this stuff will be great with Warcry builds, and well, honestly, a lot of builds are gonna have skills that have some sort of like empower buff to it. They just seems like no-brainer supports. All right, I have to get this refilled. I'll be right back. Water, I need it now. I already know what you guys are going to say. Yeah, that was a suspiciously long amount of time to take to get some water. I can explain. I grabbed myself some tiny little club cracker things and a bit of cheese, okay? Okay? Not a crime. Not a crime, okay? If I'm gonna get through these 174 support gems, bleh, I need fuel. Snack boy, I'm not a, no. I'm just, you know, I need sustenance. It's okay, Lance, I cooked myself some barbecue beans. See? See? You get it. Shadeful gets it. He understands. Sometimes you gotta snack. Sometimes you need a little bit of something to help you through the day. Reading burns the calories. Yep. Mm-hmm. Our brain right now is in overdrive. Cycling through these gems. Encumbrance. Support skills have 30% chance effect of slowing debuffs against them. Support skills have 30% increased effect of slowing debuffs against enemies. So that's like chill and stuff. Man, I feel like between like chill, freeze, temp chains, enemies are just gonna like not be able to move like at all. They're gonna be like omega slowed. Put that on the temp chains. I don't know if it counts as a debuff. I kind of don't think it does. You guys want to see a throwback to a character I made like a gajillion years ago? Where is my search button? Temporal occultist. This was 6 years ago. 6 years ago, I made an occultist with a bunch of curse effect, with blight and like temp chains, and the whole goal was just to like make things super slow so they couldn't hit me. Like look at these dudes. This is gonna be us in PoE 2. The enemies are gonna be like, ooh, just like they can't even like do anything. They just have no abilities to do abilities because they're so overpowered by Giga Temp Chains. Gouda was better. I didn't even know who Gouda was when I did this. This was when I was playing like just doing stuff for fun. I had no concept for what anyone was doing in PoE at this point. Gouda's Temp Chains build was like way before this too. It was like before I even played PoE. He did like the Adziri's axe, right? And it literally like froze enemies. Did I watch the new Dreamcore video? Yeah, we did. But I feel like this is gonna happen again with what we've seen for temp chains, this sort of stuff, where you just omega slow things. Until Mark puts in an action speed slow reduction immunities, yeah, we don't know what the boss fights have. But yeah, this sort of thing is so powerful in fighting enemies. I guess we'll find out. I'm wondering if Chrono will have the ability to slow enemies. It's on theme. I think it might, yeah. I mean, Chronomancer is a master of time, right? It's going to be interesting. I'm genuinely probably the most curious about the other Chronomancer nodes. Enduring life. More flash charges. Fantastic, I guess. More mana flask. Okay. Things like one step ahead. Yeah, I could see a one step ahead on the Chronomancer. Are totems allies in PoE 2? I gotta be honest, I have no idea. You are your totems are not you. I have no idea if totems are allies. My guess is no. That's if I was gonna take a guess, I would say not allies, but they might be. Is it 100% confirmed that charges don't give any passive benefit? Yes. So charges are literally just for like some of these abilities. I mean, don't get me wrong, like Falling Thunder is good. It like does a lot more with the charges versus without. So eventually we'll have good ways to generate charges to just reproc it over and over again, but I feel like it's probably going to require some unique items or something. I guess there are the spirit reservations, right? This is only every 6 seconds, though. That's not very often. Gain a frenzy every 6 seconds when you pin down an enemy feels not great, to be honest. I wonder what cool unique items we'll get. There's probably gonna be a ton. That, I don't think the unique items will get data mined. I think that'll be something that we'll see like every day. We'll wake up and there will be posts like, boom, I found a unique item. Boom, I found a unique item. I think that's gonna happen. It's gonna be cool. Eye Winter applying critical weakness on hit is pretty cracked. Yeah. Eye Winter is one of my top picks for skills I want to try to have some sort of trigger on just for the crit weakness. Ignore the data mine. I don't think it's going to get data mined. I can't remember the last time we got uniques from data mine, to be honest. Like, I think sometimes we've gotten artwork, sometimes we've gotten, like, names, but I don't feel like we've gotten the stats. So, I don't think we're really getting the data mine. For those, for whatever GG is doing to hide the stats and unique items, it's working, or it's been working the past few leagues. Essence Harvest, if our Summon Raging Spirits plan works, this is gonna be so good for us. If our Summon Raging Spirit plan works, I can't wait to test it. Because we're gonna be using Fireball, which will proc Summon Raging Spirits all the time anyways, and then put on those Lesterations. If it works, we're in the money. We are so in the money if it works. Can you explain the SRS plan? Yes. SRS. Projectiles from fire spells summon a spirit on hit. Maximum of 5 per spell cast. So you cast a fireball. It procs like 5 raging spirits to summon or whatever. You link this. It's a 30 spirit reservation. You link this to Lesteration. There's a couple different things, like Swift Affliction. There's a couple supports that have Lesteration on their support gems. And what happens is, within less than 2 seconds, all those Raging Spirits will die. And the idea is, when they die, or when they run out of time, they count as dying. And thus, they're able to proc things like Essence Harvest, recovering mana. And we might be able to pair it. We might be able to pair it with Grim Feast for Energy Shield Overcap or Mana Remnants, potentially. So that might end up working. I don't know. We'll see if that works or not. Also cast on Minion Death. If it works with this, it could be very strong. Like this is a way lower proc cost or reservation cost for proccing some skills. So that's the main thing there. If the SRS works, then it could allow for some pretty strong triggered skills and stuff. But there's a lot of like unknowns of whether or not how they coded it. If they coded the SRS to have not count as a minion death when they disappear or stuff like that. Critical damage support on a high damage skill plus Biting Frost to guarantee the crit negates the first downside. Correct, but you have to have the freeze on the enemy. You have to have that freeze, or you're it's not gonna work. Would Infernal Legion work on them? Have we seen Infernal Legion? Take 20% of their life as fire damage per second. 5% per second to nearby enemies. The issue with this one is mainly it's just gonna take longer for them to die than putting less duration on them. SRS doesn't die. We don't know that. SRS says on it that they aren't targeted, but that's the same as PoE 1. If you look at Raging Spirits, it says they do not directly engage. That doesn't mean they can't die. Like an AoE slam, there's a good chance it could kill them, for example. But yeah, the less duration is going to make them disappear or end their duration faster. We tested PoE 1, and some Raging Spirits, if their duration expires, that counts as them as a minion dying. So there's a good chance that's how it works in PoE 2, maybe. But that's a big it depends. If them being unsummoned from duration doesn't work, then we could put increased duration on them and Infernal Legion, and that would like work out, right? So there's potential. Check Minion Pack. Oh, I'm aware of Minion Pack. Minion Pack's the 50% more damage if you've like, if a minion's died recently or whatever. That plus Infernal Legion might end up feeling pretty good. We'll see. We'll see. Is minion instability a thing? Minions with support skills explode when reduced to low life, dealing 50% of the... Ooh, we could do that. That would help it proc faster, so maybe that would be okay, where we don't need increased duration then. Too slow? I mean, this means we get to the point where they die in 3.5 seconds instead of like over 4, where we need increased duration to make them last long enough to die. I guess it also depends if they come with res on them. Hopefully they don't have any base res. Hopefully they have no base fire res, but that seems kind of cope. Anti-mana stacking is going to be busted? I think so. It's not killing them? It kills them when they go to low life. They explode. So that means you can put Infernal Legion on them to lower their HP. And then instead of having to lower their HP to 0, you lower their HP to 30% for the death condition. Infernal Legion? What's wrong with Infernal Legion? Supports minions, causing them to deal damage to nearby enemies, and they deal self-damage. They have a duration of 4 seconds. You can put increased duration support if you need to, but I think if we combine in minion instability with Infernal Legion, we'll be fine. So if they have 20% life per second, like you put it this way, if you have to get them, you have to deal 70% of their life. That will be dealt in 3.5 seconds. So if they only last 4 seconds, they will die before their duration expires. This is all assuming we need them to die versus them expiring still counting as a death. Like we We could work both routes. Type of thing. If they have no res. Yeah, we don't know if they have a default res or not. They might. What's the cap on SRS? 10. They explode and deal more damage. Yeah, it could just be a nice extra source of damage is doing minion instability with them. Expiration does work similar to PoE 1. That's what we tested yesterday. We confirmed yesterday that them expiring counts as a minion death with the mastery. The thing is, we don't know if they coded that the same way for PoE 1. There's a non-zero chance that expiration does not count. 250 mana? Yeah, it would be a great source for sustain. As soon as you put SRS on a skill or it creates minions, that skill cannot slot cast on minion death. What are you talking about? Does SRS count as a support that creates summons? I would think so. I mean, it's summon raging spirits. The yellow text, reserve spirit, while active, fire spell summon, short live, flaming skulls rush nearby enemies, rapidly attack them. Enemies will not directly engage with the minions as they pass through them. What am I supposed to read here? Oh, you want me to look at the cast on minion death? While active, gain energy when one of your minion dies. Triggers target spells upon reaching maximum energy. Cannot target spells which create minions. Oh, you're not socketing Raging Spirits into this. You're Raging Spirits is a separate reservation. You're summoning the Raging Spirits with your like Fireball. This you're socketing in like Firestorm or Comet or something. You have another spell that's getting procced by your SRS dying. That doesn't need to be linked. No, you're not linking this to SRS. SRS summons its SRS is a reservation which summons itself when you use like Fireball to hit an enemy. Fireball plus minion pack plus SRS plus minion instability. Yes, you put SRS. You put SRS, link it to Infernal Legion plus minion instability plus the Essence Remnant for the mana on minion death. That's a 4-link. You shoot your Fireball. You hit the enemy. It creates SRS. Those SRS start degenning. In 3.5 seconds, they will explode. The explosion will deal some damage to the enemy, but then that will give you mana from the Essence Harvest support. And on top of that, it will count as a minion death, which starts maybe building up, cast on minion death, and you can link some supports and a skill in here that will cast again. That sort of thing. Technically, you might be able to do it to generate Essence Remnants too with Grim Feast. While active, enemies and minions that die in your presence will drop Grim Remnants. Boom, yes. Minion Pact? Yeah, I know what Minion Pact is. Minion pack gives you 50% more damage. Because you basically do damage to the minions near you. So it's just like a good extra support for Fireball. We have to hope the SRS has no resistance. Worst case scenario, if SRS has resistance, maybe we have to either socket in increased duration, or better case scenario, them expiring counts as a minion death, and we could just put like less duration on them, and then that's a win-win. Picking up energy globes kind of sucks. I would look at it as you don't even think about it, and you get it when you're just playing the game. Like, as you're like, you shoot a bunch of monsters in front of you, and then you keep running. There's gonna be times when you kill a monster that's like, you know, off to the side, and you say, screw that, and you just keep running. But a lot of times the monsters are just gonna be in front of you, or they're gonna be running to get on top of you. You shoot them, blow them up, the orb's right there, and you'll just pick it up as you're going type of thing. And it could double overcap your ES. So it's like you're just passively building up a layer of defense throughout the map. Does Grim Feast only work on persistent minions? It just says on minion death. It literally just says minion. SRS is a minion. I don't know why that wouldn't work. So if you're CI, you'd only consume 1 HP from the minion? Correct. Based on the defensive power, that is the cast on minion death, which is that's the part where we don't know how that works with SRS type of thing. There's gonna be quite a few things we need to like actually test. But I think there's definitely some plausible chance to cheese SRS. Frenzy on them? What does Frenzy give us? Ooh. They take 20% more damage? I mean, we'll see, guys. We'll see how much, like, we need at least, I kind of think the Mana Remnants for sure we want. The Essence Harvest. We'll initially have a 4-link, so we have to make it work initially with a 4-link, whatever we do. But it seems very plausibly strong. I see Hexblast, but I don't see Mind Support. Should I start despairing now? No. Hexblast is probably just a different skill than it is in PoE 1. Go into it without... Don't let what you know about PoE 1 constrict what you think about Hexblast or any other skill in PoE 2. Just take it on as it is and see what you can create. Mines might not necessarily be the ideal way to use it, for example. What do you want to use as your 2 links for Fireball? I like the idea of Volley. Is Volley still a support? Hold on. Did he hover over Volley in his video? I need to know. I have not seen Volley in the more recent showcases. I'm getting worried that Volley doesn't exist. Multi-proj is there. Multiple poison is there. Slower proj. Isn't showing the video with magma? Exactly. I think Volley might not be there, guys. But it's on the rolling magma in the one showcase of the Stormweaver. But I just haven't seen it in any of these, Oh. I didn't see it when they went over a bunch of skill gems in the, video. The showcase they did in the Open Worlds game video. I don't know, man. I'm starting to think volley's not a real thing. Maybe volley will be tied to the Huntress, maybe, I don't know. It does not look like a thing. At least not now, it isn't. Streamer is malding. Like, what is a good class? Good class? Sorceress. Log in, my friend. Log in. Join me. 100% increase in ignite duration on enemies. Less chance to ignite. Okay. Deals more damage with hits against low enemies. Sure, that seems fine. Extended combo? You're kidding. Final strike of support attack skills can be performed twice in succession. Support strikes that perform a final strike at the end of the combination of attacks allow you to use the final strike twice. You know, that's like the that's like the monk like staff ice ability, you know, like where he's like flipping around and doing all those things. He just does like the final thing twice. I'm gonna use this with my combo support too. Double combo. Exploit weakness. There you get to break armor. Sure. Far reach. Reduce accuracy penalty at range. I don't know what to think about accuracy stuff with what they've done. Faster attacks is just faster casting, but better in every way. There's no way that goes core. By the way, there's no shot it stays like it is. No way. More proj speed. Faster proj. Wait. Oh, did they update faster casting? Yo, look at this. Look at this, guys. Faster casting is now basically the same as faster attacks. They're both good now. All right, never mind. Faster attacks is fine. That's such an easy like go-to thing, right? Is just grab yourself a faster casting. You don't know what you don't know what you're gonna do. This is such an easy go-to thing. Surely all this information is correct and complete. I wouldn't say it's all correct and complete, but a lot of it's probably relatively accurate or close to what we're going to get on the launch. Because this is from the November 8th, like, playtest, right? So there's going to be a month in between when this stuff was like this, which is when Havoc recorded it here, to the actual release, right? Is low life 50%? Low life, I believe, is 30% in PoE 2. Some numbers might change, but the ballpark's a good idea. Yeah, that's what I think too. The thing is, it's like, you don't want to log in on... You don't want to log in on day 1, and then you pull up the support gem menu, and then you're literally reading 100 supports, right? Like, you want to pull up this menu, keyword search, and be like, okay, let's check faster attacks. That was good in the initial information I found. Oh, faster attacks is gone now? Okay, let's not do that. Let's go look at the SRS, you know? Like, you want to have some idea of the gems that you care about, that you saw here, because there's a good chance they may exist on December 6th. You want to play, not read? Exactly. That's why we're reading now. We're preloading our reading, guys. We're preloading it. This is a tactical decision. It's good to have some ideas so you're not sifting through. Yeah, exactly. That's the idea. Because now we know Minion instability, Infernal Legion. We know that combination might work for our SRS plan, right? I was doing some napkin math, and the damage seems really high. What were you napkin mathing, Samwise? Did you factor in the fact we've had our base damage change significantly from PoE 1? On Hammer of the Gods? Okay, I have one question for you. How much base damage did you assume you have on your weapon? When you're planning to one-shot, you had 200 base damage, and you think you're gonna do like 5 million damage with one shot? My Hammer of the Gods napkin is also pretty naughty. Well, I'm looking forward to see it, dude. If you guys can do 5 million damage in one shot with a 200 base damage weapon, that's pretty crazy. You think you can get to 1 million per hammer and 4 hammers with the cooldown resets? Okay. Wait. How, though? How? Okay. Let's walk me through it. Walk me through it. So you have your 200 base damage, right? You have your 200 base damage. You have the 1300 effectiveness, right? You have the 1300 effectiveness. Okay. How are we getting this number to 1 million? What's the dealio here? What's the dealio here? When does this number become 1 million? I'm genuinely curious what multipliers you're factoring for. Times it by 1,000? No, we're not timesing it by 1,000, guys. We need to know the multipliers. 50% for Hourglass. Okay, that's one of your links. Add 1,000% more custom text? No, we're not doing that. We're walking through the napkin math because I'm genuinely curious what kind of multipliers he has accounted for. He's not ancestrally boosted, guys. He's playing a Chronomancer. He's resetting. But, dude, I need you to start like listing off the multipliers. Samwise, I need the information. We need a little bit more if we're gonna get to 1 million. I am ready. Just hit me with it. I have to pull up the gems. Okay, all right. Let me know when you're ready, okay? I'll put this little calculator to the side and we're gonna walk through this together. Because I am curious about this napkinning our way to 1 million, okay? What do you have to get right now? You have to get a multiplier of what, 500? Is that what you have to get this by to get to 1 million? No, I freaking suck at math. Hold on. You have to multiply by 250. You have to get 250 multiplier from where you are currently. Dude, that is wild. All right, you'll walk me through it step by step. I'm excited. I don't understand how we're getting the boss HP. You do this. You go over here. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking about this. This is how you get the boss HP. Hold on. This is how you get the boss HP. Okay, with 66k beforehand. Okay. all right. So we know he's done 220k. So here's what you do. Do this. Like this. Okay. You guys following with me right now? Okay. Now we do this. We know this is 220, okay? We know this is 220. Let's grab this. Let's fill it out, baby. 1. 2. 3. You guys with me right now? You following it? Do it from the left? Nah, man, this is how it's done. This is the way. This is the way right here. Slowly but surely. We're just go all the way over. We're gonna get there eventually. Almost there. Almost there. I'm so close. All right. So we have, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Okay. And then what you do, so this is 120, it's 162. So we go over here to our calculator. Hold on, I need a new calculator because that one's being used currently. Calculator. 162,364. Okay, and then hold on. Go back a few frames. All right. Okay, 66,985. So you go over here. Okay, this times 23. Boom. 5 million. Do a pixel count, it would be more precise. The thing, okay. I took a lot of time to do this, but you could also be like, okay, that's about 250k. There's roughly, estimate 20 boxes, 5 million HP, right? You can measure it. I did measure it with copy and pasted boxes, guys. You don't like the method? Well, too bad, okay? If you have Photoshop, you can do it precise to the pixel. It doesn't matter, okay? 4.5 million, 5.5 million, same number. 5 million HP, who freaking cares? Okay? It does not freaking matter that much. Oh no, the crickets. Hold on, I have to skip this. I have to skip the crickets. Let's go to peaceful Oblivion music. All right, I'm glad we figured that out. We'll all be floundering without PoE 2, but Lance will be godlike with his janky estimate. What do you mean janky? What do you mean this is precision. This is precision right here. What do you mean janky? This is precision estimation right here. It ain't even straight. It doesn't have to be straight, okay? The only part that mattered is that I was evenly spacing it, which I did a pretty dang good job at. I might say so to myself. This is snack math. This is not snack math, okay? You guys are just mad that I had a perfectly reasonable way to get a very accurate representation of how much HP this boss has. I thought we didn't settle. This is not a settle. This is not a settle. This is not a settle. This is good estimation. Also, side note, this is a dragon. This is a dragon. I don't care what anyone says. This is a dragon. Okay? You guys can call it a duck. You say that's a nice green dog you have. It's a dragon, okay? When Lance saw this, he was like, oh, dragon. He was pumped, okay? He knew it was a dragon, okay? And if you try to pretend it's not a dragon, you simply do not know what you're talking about. It's a duck with wings? No, it's not. Also, look how cute she is. Oh, she's so cute. That's my baby girl. All right, anyways. Where were we? I'm gonna stop getting distracted. The kid already knows to pretend for dad. He is not pretending. He thought it was awesome. That was it. We drew a bunch of like random pictures of things he likes, like tractors and like a school bus, fire truck, you know, stuff like that. He was most excited about my dragon. Also, that is what I spent the most time drawing, okay? I don't want to tell you how long it took me, but it took me a while to draw the dragon, okay? It took significantly longer than most of the other things. Wait, you drew that? Yes, that is a Captain Lance original right there. Duck with a scarf. It is not a duck. It is a dragon. Screw you guys. You drew that and not the child? Yes, I drew that. If my child drew this, they'd literally be a future Picasso. Okay, like come on. You think a 3-year-old's gonna be able to draw that work of art? No shot. Okay, they only basically know how to like vaguely scribble, or you know, they're not drawing a dragon like that unless they're like literally Picasso. Okay. You draw pretty well for a 5-year. You guys are haters. You guys are haters. You know you're jealous of the dragon. Okay, I know you guys are jealous of the dragon. You guys know you're jealous of the dragon. It's okay. We don't have to admit things. We all know. Fiery Death. Killing blows from score skills against ignited enemies have a 60% chance to cause the enemy to explode. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing explosions on killing ignited enemies. Killing blows from sword skills against ignited enemies have a chance to explode. Now, I wonder if this is going to feel good. I wonder what the explosion is. It doesn't even say like a percentage or anything. I thought the girl drew it. No, I drew that. Screw you guys. All right. Where were we? Fire exposure. Support skills inflict fire exposure for 8 seconds on igniting an enemy. Support skills deal less damage. A lot of these things are just kind of... I guess we'll find out how good exposure is. It really depends if you can take the enemy res below 0, and that works out maybe. Press the 1 million napkin math. Oh yeah. Did you get the supports yet? Are we ready for the napkin math on getting 3,900 to 1 million? Do we have the napkin math? Because we got 250x multiplier to go. Samwise. I'm checking my work just a bit longer. Okay, guys, he needs more time, okay? He's finding the damage, okay? Give him some time. Give him some time. Pay some respects. +1 fire. Okay. Okay, +1 fire. Not bad, I guess. Spore skills inflict fire exposure. Sure. Let him cook. Yeah, let him cook. Do you remember the kiddo used to interrupt the streams by crying so she will be able to run maps for you? She doesn't interrupt the streams by crying. Sometimes she, like, you know, wants to tell me things or bring me something. You ain't finding the he might be finding the damage. Give him a sec, okay? He's working. Supported skills penetrate 30 fire res. The pen supports just seem generically good, but they're only good on boss fights. I'm not sure how well this like will feel and stuff. I guess this is something where like you grab the pen support and then if you see a boss that has like the res icon, you just swap it in. Oh my, I'm gonna be so degenerate now. I don't know about you guys, but I'm literally gonna start grabbing support gems that I just have in like my freaking inventory because we can pause the game. We can pause the game and swap our supports. I'm literally gonna just not use fire pen and then I see the resistance icon. I'm gonna pop it in. That's gonna be unfun. I'm gonna do it as a temporary thing until I get like a res curse or fire pen on like my tree, I think is what I'll probably end up doing. But initially when my character sucks, I will take every advantage I can. But I think when your character sucks, you gotta make it work, right? Pausing the game, explain. Currently, based on not this Havoc video, but a different Havoc video. This one. Right here. Right, not right here, right here. Yeah, this, right here. Hold on, back it up. Okay, so he's fighting. This is like the Act 2 boss. He's fighting the Act 2 boss, okay? Listen in. Listen in and listen good.
Solo and you open your passage tree, the world will pause. In the skip in the background, I was fighting the Act 2 end boss, and I was having some trouble with it. My explosive grenade mercenary build was in theory not the best because the boss was especially resistant to fire.
So see what he did? He opened his passive tree in the middle of the boss fight. He is not getting hit. The boss fight is literally
in conversation
paused.
with Octavian, he suggested I try switching to an armor break build, which, spoiler, wasn't the greatest, since I had spent the majority of my passive tree points on grenade nodes. So in the middle of the fight, since I could pause, I changed all of my hotkeys and gems back to my original explosive grenade build, and this time actually defeated the boss.
He changed all of his hotkeys and gems back. He got baited by Octavian into doing an unoptimized character. Octavian was trying to make him not actually kill the boss, is what it sounds like to me. Octavian was trying to sabotage him. Do you think the effects or duration will persist if you replace the gem in the middle of the fight? Maybe, maybe not. There's a lot of stuff that's like, we're just not going to know unless A, we directly ask Jonathan and he actually 100% knows the answer, or B, we just need to play the game. And that I think is a play the game situation to figure out. And there's going to be stuff that gets patched. Like there's going to be probably some cheese you can do with gem swapping, and there's going to be some bugs and stuff like that. Who friggin' knows how that's all going to work out. Could be a massive exploit, yeah. Samwise has the math. Okay, hold on, Samwise. Hold on. Okay. Minion packed 40%. Okay. Let me stop you right there. What minion? Before I give you this 40%, oh, oops, this is the wrong one. Sorry. Before I give you the 40%, what's your minion? How are you summing it? You just need 4 permanent minions. Okay, so you're reserving something to have some minions. Just some skeletons? Okay. And you're assuming they're not gonna die. You're gonna hit them 4 times, like right off the bat. Maybe they're not dead, I'll give it to you. Okay, let's assume he has the minions, okay? 1.4. Sick. Alright, what's the next multiplier? The next multiplier is Conk Effect. You're assuming the boss will not move. We'll pretend the boss does not move. There's a good chance that you hit at least 3 of the 4. Maybe you hit all 4. We already did the hourglass. We already did that multiplier. Infernal Cry has empowered and 10% shock. So empowered damage is the 1.15, right? Where's the shock coming from? How does the shock thing work? Where are you getting that from? You'll time freeze them. Okay. The minions need more health than you. That's probably going to be, like, base HP of the skeletons will probably be more, right? Ignored chaos? It's not 40%. He said it's 20% in the latest video. 50% life, 20% damage. I mean, that's not what the gem says. Maybe it's 20% of the latest event. The thing is, like, isn't this based on the damage number on that is based on the Havoc video, right? He hovers over minion pack. Should I go back and try to find it and then see for sure? Because this Havoc went to the same video, the same thing Dreamcore went to. Let's just go back and see if we can find minion packs. All right, minion packs up here. We're almost back to it. Minion packed. 40% more. Remove 100% of your life. So Dreamcore went to the same thing Havoc went to. So I don't know why Dreamcore thinks it's 20%, 50%. They're literally at the same event. And can we really trust Dreamcore? The guy who has supposedly the entire tree, but only can give us 10 nodes at a time? Can we actually trust an individual like that? Can we really? Because I gotta be honest with you. An upstanding PoE player would release the whole tree. Okay, he would, he's trying to keep us in the dark. He wants to keep us in the dark so we can't freaking plan our builds. Pretty smart from Dream. Oh yeah, he's min-maxing well. He's min-maxing well. You gotta pay some respects. I'm looking forward to it every week. Yeah, he's got you right where he wants you. Same. Where are the nodes? Dreamcore, where are the nodes? Hopefully his next video is just him showing us all the nodes, because I really think he's skipping over probably good nodes, you know? Because he's only showing like 10 from each area. Ain't no wait, there aren't more good nodes to know about. Did you watch this in strength one yet? I did. He deserved it. Everybody, when Elsa played, he spent 2 hours taking videos of the tree. The thing is, he didn't need 2 hours to do it. You could hover over the entire tree and like probably, realistically, you could hover over like every single node in the tree in less than 30 minutes. Which I think he only did notables, which saves a tremendous amount of time too. All right, Samwise, where were we? We were in the middle of giving you damage. Where was the 10% shock? I have agreed about the empowered Infernal Cry. Wait, doesn't Infernal Cry only exert like one attack? Oh, well, hold the phone. I sense an issue. Infernal Cry empowers the next melee attack you perform, plus an additional attack per endurance charge consumed. Gain 20%, 5% of damage as fire per 5 power of the enemies. In range, up to 100%. I'm trolling, I made a mistake on math. It's 10k. Wait. No. It's okay. It's okay. We've all been there, Samwise. We've all been there. You know, we missed a couple zeros. We were close though. We were close. We were gonna get there. We were gonna get. You know what? It's fine. The good news is. The good news is. The good news is, it's not going to take 4 Hammer of the Gods. It's only going to take 545 Hammer of the Gods. But you will get there. You will get there. You will eventually. Okay, it's not that bad though. But he's not. We haven't factored in percent damage, right? Like he's gonna have percent damage. You know, it's not gonna be 545 Hammer of the Gods. You know, it's gonna be less than that. 30 seconds per 4 hammers. 500% damage at most. He could probably get more than that. And the thing is, like, he can set up things for like guaranteed crits and other things, right? Multiply it by the cooldown time? Nah, we shouldn't do that. Wait, no, he has Hourglass, right? Isn't Hourglass like 50% more cooldown? Hold on. It's plus 8 seconds. Okay, that's 32. It's only going to take 17,000 seconds. But he does have maybe 500% damage. So let's say he does 6 times the damage. So we'll divide this by 6. It's only going to take 3,000 seconds. Which is roughly 50 minutes. That's a quick in and out. That is a quick in and out job. I'm banking on lowering the cooldown of the Chrono Reset. And to be fair, your damage you'll have some other multipliers you're not considering. Like the Infernal Cry, for example. Infernal Cry, where's that? Empowered attacks gain 25% of damage as extra fire per 5 power. Bosses are gonna have like 20 power. You'll get a big damage multiplier here. There's gonna be other stuff. I think the Hammer of the Gods, you know, it'll probably be fine. But it is kind of funny to think about. It's just really funny because you didn't realize you added like a couple extra zeros to get to 1 million. But yeah, anyways, you're gonna have to let me know December 6th when you start logging into Hammer of the Gods plus the Chronomancer. You have to let me know how it goes. Hammer of the Gods Ignite could maybe be good. Yeah, Hammer of the Gods should maybe be decent for Ignite characters. Maybe Bleed or something. I don't know. I know. Oh, who was it? I think somebody. Was it Alweezy was telling me he's doing an Ignite Hammer of the Gods character. Me? Okay, yeah, it was Alweezy. I was gonna say Hammer time or like Hammer Hour. Yep. We should have done the math. He's gonna log in and do it anyways, right? Samwise, you're not gonna let this discourage the plan. Are the Ascendencies listed? We have a list of Ascendencies. Like, for example, like in the video, they go over each of the 6 Ascendencies. We don't know all the different stats. So certain Ascendencies, we know basically the whole Witch Hunter. We know the whole Witch Hunter. We know 4 out of like 10 nodes on, or 4 out of 8 nodes on this dude. We know 3 out of 8 nodes on this person. We know 3 out of 10 nodes on this person. You know, there's a lot of missing information. We don't know a lot of things. And even the nodes we do know, for all we know, could literally change between now and the launch. That's all subject to change. Witch Hunter seems like it's gonna be squishy AF. I don't know why you think that. I think Witch Hunter has just as much access to defense as like Ranger and these characters do. I guess maybe not as much as Titan has like double armor and 20% more life, so probably not as much as that, right? Hour of the Glass, yeah, something like that. And 20 inventory slots. If you're spending your Ascendancy point on the rucksack, I am going to assume you are a trader main. You are not actually playing the game. You're literally just trying to min-max trading with other players. There's no shot you spend Ascendancy power to get a little extra inventory slot. There's no way. Outside of being a high-out warrior, I can't see it. Everyone's technically immune if played perfectly. Yeah, but that's not a thing, though. That's not a thing. At some point, you have to accept that you, me, we aren't Ben. Okay? Never been, never will be. Okay, I think we were right here. Ancestry boosted slams no more than once every 6 seconds. I wonder how much of a multiplier this is. It doesn't tell us. The thing is, if this is every 6 seconds and the Titan is like every other slam gets ancestry boosted, that sounds kind of good, right? I wonder how good this is. Is Resonating Shield 100% block while attacking? What the hell is Resonating Shield? Resonating Shield. Repeatedly strike your shield with your weapon, causing damage shockwaves in the area around you. Enemies hit by the shockwave lose armor for a duration. While you're using Resonating Shield, your shield is raised and you will block all incoming blockable hits. Yeah? And the thing is, you start getting stunned, and then you get like you get heavy stunned, right? Eventually, it's gonna be my main clear skill with Warbringer, dude. Good luck, dude. I hope it turns out well for you. Duration? There's no duration tag. You're just like going like boom, boom, boom. You have like your shield in one hand, you have a mace, and you're like boom, 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 or something. I don't know. It's a channel skill? Yeah, it's a hold channel situation. It's a hold channel situation. Alright, I have to pee. We've drank like 2 entire cups of water. It's gone through the system. If we're gonna get through these support gems, I need some relief. Drinking too much water. I am too hydrated. I'll be right back. Snack time. I am not gonna return with another snack, okay? I'm gonna take this cup, this like bowl that I had those crackers and cheese with. I'm going to put it in the dishwasher. I am not gonna grab a snack, okay? Promise. I will come back, no snack in hand. I want everybody to know I resisted, okay? I walked to the dishwasher. I put the little bowl in. I looked at the pantry longingly. And then I walked away, okay? I thought about it and then I walked away. I didn't even reach. I didn't even make like a stutter step towards it. I unfazed walked away. Ate before coming back. I did not eat anything before coming back. Sizing it up for later. Nope. No, I walked away. Okay, I had restraint and evolved, man. Yes, yep. My power has grown. What's that on your shirt? You see the stuff on my shirt? Hold on. Can you see that? It should look like. Don't look too closely. That's like my handprint. I painted with this shirt, and I didn't have like a towel, and I was just like, and this became like a shirt that I just don't wear outside. I have paint all over it. It's not cum. Shut up. Don't be weird, guys. It's literally white paint. I painted while in this shirt, and I wiped off my hands with the shirt. Hello, hey Ninjana, how you doing, dude? Okay, focus curse zones from support. Skills erupt after 30% reduced delay. Not sure how I feel about these sorts of things, to be honest. I think Blasphemy is just the way. Creative excuse? It's not a creative excuse. It's just the facts. Projectiles for spore skills deal 50% less damage after forking. After fork, they deal less damage. I wonder if fork works with fireball. I wonder if we would get extra explosions. I wonder if like both the secondary projectiles work with the fork too. Because that would be pretty freaking sick, potentially. Yeah, do bait or no bait for PoE 2. It's so hard to do a bait or no bait for... No one's like making builds because no one freaking knows what's going to happen. Like I have my like theory plan that I'm going to do Sork with, but it's not like I don't have like an actual build. It's not a guide or anything. And that's going to be the case for basically everybody. I don't think too many people are going to pretend they have like a build that they're going to play or anything like that. So it's kind of hard to be like bait or no bait about, you know, builds that don't exist. Walls from support skills are created in a circle instead. Yeah. I like the idea of doing fortress plus ice wall plus the fireball and just trying to shotgun with that. Any chance wall shotgunning is back? I think it is, to be honest. I think shotgunning is back in business for a lot of things, maybe in PoE 2. People saying this is the best builder baiting? Yeah, I have seen a couple of those thumbnails. PoE 2, best, let's say best build. Exile 2 ideas, Jorgen. 5 possible build ideas. That's not really saying best build. What's the best build in Path of Exile 2? Lily's probably memeing here, I would imagine. This is the best PoE 2 Ascendency. Probably just making... This is Ben's like tier list of the Ascendancies, right? Oh, what did he actually put as a tier list? Actually, I had curiosity. What did he put as a tier list? Does he talk about which ones he actually puts where? Oh, he doesn't even have like a tier list thing. Oh man, I was kind of hoping he had a tier list. He has a list? Where the hell is it? Where's the list? I'm kind of curious what his list is. I don't see the list. Is it in a different video? Why wouldn't it be in the PoE 2 Ascendancy video? It's the Ben is bricked up for PoE 2. It's in this video? No, it's not. It was on the VOD. Okay, I don't care that much to look for that. That's way too much effort. That is way too much effort. You know, I haven't seen too much. I thought at one point I saw a video that had like best build PoE, like somebody or like something like that, but who knows? I don't think that's gonna be something that people are posting too much. Those 2 is too complicated as a person before we know anything. Well, maybe he thinks it's too complicated. Or he doesn't like the complexity to it. Probably somebody who doesn't like play PoE at all. Maybe just doesn't like that it's, you know, not D4 or something. Who knows? Are there any dagger skills in the game? I saw a tab for dagger skills. I don't think I've seen any dagger skill stuff yet. This video at the 30-37 mark. Oh, he does have a tier list thing.
Tier list. Oh, thank you.
Oh, this is like a clips channel. All right, let's just see. I'm just kind of curious. 30-70 mark. F tier is 100% correct. When did he put Infernalist in S tier? Was he just like memeing about the demon form? Or... I think Infernalist is going to like bait a lot of people. I think they're early game for Infernalist. Unless you're playing a minion build, you're going to have a bad time. He said the numbers. He probably was just looking at the Hellhound node, right? Like not looking at anything else. Dog DR. Yeah, the Hellhound node is like one of the best nodes, but nothing else in that Ascendancy is good at all. At least for a starter. Like the Infernal Flame node, you literally PK yourself. Demon Form, you basically PK yourself for a benefit that you have very bad uptime on. It's mostly a joke. Yeah, that makes sense. But this is correct. This is correct. F tier is correct. Is Titan's generally strong? Titan is the one of the sentences we know most about, right? Titan has like the more damage against stunned enemies. Titan has the more life, has the double armor. A lot of it's just generically strong stuff. I kind of think Titan's gonna be decent. $20 slots instantly puts it in S tier. Oh, you think it's for the 20 slots? Ain't no shot. For agility, hits from support skills would freeze enemies, inflict brittle instead. Enemies made brittle this way are unaffected by freeze and chill. And brittle, I'm assuming, is basically similar to current PoE, which is, it gives us base crit probably.
And my axe.
My axe. Yo, you're snot. Appreciate the sub, man. Maybe you see Moxie. What about Moxie? Moxie posted a video for his... He went to the November event and he played Ranger. I assume with fragility, we can't have them freeze. Yeah, that's what it says. If you inflict a brittle on them, then you can't freeze them. Froze Nexus. Support skills create chilled ground for 4 seconds when they freeze an enemy. There's just so many things where it's like I don't have a good concept for how impactful ground effects are, ailments are, stuff like that. It's so hard to judge a support like this. Need to like actually use it to have an idea. Moxie, the Borderlands guy, he does PoE. Is he a Borderlands guy? I just know he got invited to do some of the PoE events, like the most recent one in November, and I think he was at the one I went to in June. He has a build plan? Yeah, what's his build plan? He has just a theory craft? Yeah, so he's planning to start with Ranger. This is probably based on, like, what he played, right? He's gonna do Tornado Shot, Fiery Death, Multi-Proj. Yo, he's cooking. He's actually cooking. He was logged in to the November event, and he acquired some plans. He's gonna go chonk? Hell yeah. The Tornado Shot looks interesting. Yeah, it's like a combination of, what, Tornado and old Tornado Shot or something? He stole it from Fabgun? Fabgun isn't even looking at Ranger. Isn't Fubgun gonna play? I feel like Fubgun's been looking at Witch Hunter because of the explode node and the generic damage, I think. Frost Fire. More effective ignite against frozen enemies. Cannot inflict freeze. Consume freeze to ignite. Yeah, this is the Giga Ignite node, but you have to freeze. It's such a weird one. What'd you end up doing for Galvanic Field? Galvanic Field was so long ago. You'd have to look at the videos. I don't even remember too well what I did for Galvanic Field setup. Help the frame rate? Sounds like a good time to me. Frozen Vortex. We've seen this. They showcased it on the Monk showcase where it just creates like a vortex that does like dot damage or something. It doesn't say this is a spell or an attack, so I wonder if it just inherits some of the damage scaling from what you kill it for. No, it does 30% of overkill damage per second. Interesting. Do you think Enduring Life will work with Herald of Ice, since the Shatter could count as a hit? Maybe. More freeze buildup. Heightened Curse. Heightened Curse. There's definitely going to be some people doing like Chayla's Palm or whatever, this, plus some curse effect scaling. I still like the idea of using this with our Blasphemy, though. People worried about people stealing from the EA event? I kind of doubt it. The EA event, everybody like was just doing their playtests, and there's probably quite a few people that did similar things. I mean, it's a condensed event for the first 2 acts, right? Hexbloom curses. Yeah, this is the curse prolif. Hexbloom's decent. Hinder chaos damage over time inflicted by support skills. Also hinder enemies. Support spells that deal non-ailment chaos damage over time, causing damage over time. They inflict hinder. It doesn't tell us what hinder is. Hinder, I'm assuming, is like a reduced speed thing. Holy Descent. Support skills that leap into the air, causing them to create consecrated ground when you land. Yo, what? So what? Okay, is this like Comet, Escape Shot, Leap Slam? I'm trying to think what that works with. Does that work with Comet? Yeah, that's what I think of. I think the skills that have like some built-in movement ability. Assuming Calm Ground is regen and curse effect reduction, but we don't know. Connor's monk jump thing? Yeah, his monk jump thing might work with those. Hourglass. We know about Hourglass. The cooldown, more damage thing. Sure. Freeze buildup. Support skills cause more freeze buildup. Support skills have 25% more buildup against chill enemies. Dude, what is this stuff? What am I reading? What the hell is freeze buildup? I just don't see it. You're using like, would you actually use like 4 supports to have like freeze buildup? It's like a status. Yeah, it's for I don't freaking know. I guess it'll make more sense when we actually get to use stuff like that. It's for autocasting. Yeah, that's a good point. If you have some sort of utility skill where you're just trying to proc some additional benefit. Doesn't damage give more freeze buildup? I think. That's what's so weird about me. I guess I don't freaking know how freeze works. I'll figure it out. I'm not starting out with any of the cold skills anyways. I'm starting out with Fireball and then working my way towards Archmage. Dude, if that Arcane Surge Stormweaver thing is real and it's 10% base mana regen per second, I am 100% gonna click. I'm full committing to the mana. I'm full on committing to the mana. I'm believing in the dream. Because if that's real, that'll be so crazy. What's the Arcane Surge thing? Stormweaver, there was like this seems like it might just be fake. Somebody like leaked a little like, I don't know, Word doc or something of some notes about Stormweaver, and one of the things was Arcane Surge permanently on, and the Arcane Surge said 10% mana regen, which I don't know if that's base mana regen or increased mana regen rate, but it looks like it was base mana regen rate, or base mana regen, which if it is, then it's insane because there was a second node behind it that gave Arcane Surge effect. So basically, you can get really high mana sustain if it works that way. 10% is insane. It is insane. The thing is, though, the weird part is Arcane Surge, it requires you to spend 100% of your mana to proc it. So for all we know, that maybe could make sense in this context. Because that's like, you have to spend a lot of mana to get the proc. Clarity's 20%. Clarity's 20% mana regen rate. That's the thing. Would you, like, if you spend 100% of your mana pool to proc Arcane Surge, how does it even work out if you're only getting 10% regen rate? Which is, I don't know. Most likely the thing just seems like it's fake. Did I see Fubgod's video of the full Witch Hunter Ascendency? I have not, but I know I've seen stuff about the Witch Hunter Ascendency already. It's easy to spend it, yeah, but the question is, if you're spending the mana fast, which I'm assuming you are, like, how are you sustaining it? Arcane Surge could be one of the ways. Like, in the video they showcased, the dude clearly was spending a ton of freaking mana per second, and he was sustaining it. Or I'm assuming he was spending a lot of mana per second, because if you go to the, this video, when he does this thing requires you to spend 50% mana to get a stage, right? He casts like twice and he gets a stage. Then he casts again and he gets another stage. Like, I don't know what his mana cost is on his skills, but whatever it is, it's really high. But he's like somehow sustaining it. The answer could be he doesn't have that much mana and he's mana flasking through it, but it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Why are you thinking Fireball? It just looks like a fun skill that deals decent damage and maybe can shotgun. I'll try a lot of different skills, but Fireball just looks like the most fun early on to me. Wonder if Eternal Mana Flask is going to be a thing. Who freaking knows? I mean, there's going to be, probably. I mean, I've seen the artwork for Eternal Life Flask, I'm pretty sure. But how much mana sustain you get from a Mana Flask might not be that great in comparison to how much mana you want to scale. Can't take anything serious in the video because I can't see the HP numbers or ES numbers. Yeah, they hide it. So it's a lot harder to... Well, they hide it in number one because it like looks more aesthetic or whatever, right? But the other reason they hide it is probably just so it's hard for us to extrapolate what's going on here. Fire just looks strong. Yeah, there's a lot of cool fire skills. Immolate. Support attacks gain 30% of damage as fire against ignited enemies. Support skills cannot ignite. Fair enough. It's only for attacks. I've breathed enough copium for darkness. I can breathe a bit more for flasks. Why not? Dude, stop. Stop hurting yourself. Darkness is not it, man. Darkness is not it. I'm pretty convinced Chonk is the biggest bait of all the Ascendancies. I have no faith in that Ascendancy from what I've seen. The Leech clip I've seen looks real bad. And the Darkness nodes, especially when you compare to all the good reservations you can do, looks horrible. And then what are you left with? 10 max res and some random node, and then an on-kill run around, pick up the little orb thing? I'm calling we get Chong nodes that let you reserve darkness. If you can reserve the darkness, if that last node gives you the ability to reserve darkness, then you're saved. But I don't know, man. That's pretty cope. Blasphemy and Feeble better than darkness? Exactly. That's exactly correct. Impending Doom. Trigger Doom Blast when curses from supported skills expire. Okay. So Impending Doom builds can still be a thing. +1 limit. Skill effect has less duration on it. Sure. That increased limit is weird. I like it. I think it's cool. Like, you know, you put down 2 Orb of Storms type of thing. You know, 2 Solar Orbs. I think it's a cool support. Yeah, if it works with SRS, then we can use... I don't know if it'll work with SRS or not, but yeah, that would be a way for us to decrease the SRS duration as well. 10% spell leech seems amazing. I haven't seen like pretty much any % leech sources outside of like the fizz damage attack leech. So yeah, that 10% a life leech might be one of the only sources of spell life leech, and it could be kind of legit, to be honest. What class chat? Vampire, Hunter, Time Wizard, Monk looks fun too. I would say do Vampire Hunter or Time Wizard. Increased armor break. Break more armor. Not sure that matters too much. Inevitable crit. This is a cool support. Whoa! This got weaker! No! Inevitable crit used to say gain 50. It used to be 50% crit chance per second up to 200. Oh no! They nerfed inevitable crit. Dude, I think crit chance, increased crit chance is just gonna be a rare stat. It must just be a rare stat. Like, they're definitely giving us, like, we can force crits to occur with some setup and combos. That's one of the ways you can crit. And then outside of that, it's really hard to get crit chance. They buffed crit multi. They made the hit when you get the crit better, but they're making it way harder to get the crit chance from what I could tell. Base crit, yeah. So base crits are higher, but all of the increased crit chance sources are lower, like much lower / non-existent. The only crit chance I have seen in any of the videos of all the different posts is Zimstractum's video, and it's not necessarily impressive. It's this node, right up here.
Didn't see
15% crit chance for spells. That is the only crit chance I've seen of all the different videos I've looked at. This is literally the only one. Charge might be able to roll resin crit chance. Yeah, we don't know, but the sources of crit chance seem omega limited from what I can tell. I like that. Yeah, I think it gives identity back. There's part of the reason that they can incentivize a lot of these combo skills that guarantee a crit or whatever. Ask Dreamcore about crit nodes. I'm just hoping he releases a whole tree tomorrow, since he covered each side of the tree. Will life tap support the Archmage cost increase? Life tap, you could do some weird stuff with life tap and maybe Eternal Youth and you can do some weird stuff maybe. That 13% on spells, of course, I have still needs 700% chance of crit chance to cap it. Yeah, the crit chance capping, I just don't think it's happening. Let me see if there's other crit chance supports. There is this. There's ambush support, which is against full life enemies. There's biting frost. Consume a freeze to guarantee a crit. Inflict cold exposure when you crit. Can't crit with controlled destruction. There's the bonus damage that makes your crit heavier, which you would combo this with some of these things that can guarantee a crit, I think, but that's about it, right? Inevitable critical. Mana flare, trigger when you crit an enemy. Force heals have 100% more crit chance against enemies that are on full life. Yeah, there's not much. Not in support gems. I don't know. There's not much. I don't think crit cap's gonna exist unless assassin still exists. Yeah, crit chance is just we'll see. There might be some uniques that have a high amount of it or source of it, but right now, increased crit chance seems like a super rare resource. Unironically, I'm gonna put control destruction, I think, on my initial links. I don't know about you guys, but I think this is a good pickup. Requires level 1, tier level 1, 40% more damage. This seems like an easy click. This is about what, 27% more damage. This is an easy go-to on a lot of skills when you don't have any crit chance. Maybe the base crit is higher in PoE 2. Base crit of things are higher, but it doesn't matter if you go from 5 base crit to 10 base crit. The base crit doesn't make as much of a difference when you go from being able to get 1000% increased crit chance from various sources on the tree and various, like, you know, power charges and stuff, to being able to get like 15% is the only node I've seen on the entire tree. Axe cluster has 20% crit chance. Yeah, it just seems like a way rarer stat. The unique two-hand weapon had 20% base crit? Yeah, but that was like a level 1 mace. Does that matter? A level 1 mace with like 40 average damage? You don't care about using that, not in late game. Even if it did have good base crit. I'm a little bit concerned about the cast on crit stuff, I think, to be honest. knowing that. Inveterates. Attacks gain damage if you shock. A lot of the gain damage stuff seems to be related to attacks, and then Archmage is a spell specific. What do you even get as suffixes now? Everything is good in prefix seemingly. I'd imagine crit multi, like the crit multi stuff scales harder, but you don't have crit chance to support it really. Brittle, Malice. Yeah, that's true. There's other sources of base crit like Brittle and Malice, but it still brings up the fact that the percent crit chance is a low or hard to find, it seems like. Intense Agony. Damage over time debuffs inflicted on full life enemies by support skills deal 50% more damage. Less skill effect duration. Dude, the full life stuff is so rough. So you get one good ailment at the start of a boss fight, and then you need to gem swap out or something. Like, I don't know, man. Non-ailment damage over time, yeah. Why is it full life? Is the Stormweaver Showcase the Castle Crit Storms happen every second or two? Yeah, it seems like the delay is maybe a second or two, but it could just be that the delay was them just not critting. It's for clear, yeah. Definitely going to be a situation where, I mean, we have enough gem links. We can force in certain skills for clear, certain skills for not clear. Hammer of the Gods. It's spell specific though. It's not Hammer of the Gods related. Iron Grip. Cause strength to increase. I wonder if this is actually even a thing. I bet this isn't a thing because strength doesn't increase damage anymore. Jagged Ground. Patches of Jagged Ground last 6 seconds. Okay. Does it even do anything? Who friggin' knows? I feel like it's maybe not a thing. Minion support skills die 4 seconds after their life is reduced to 0. Okay, I don't know about that. Not sure how I feel about the last gasp. That just delays them being resummoned for longer, doesn't it? Maybe it's grenade damage? Yeah, we'll see if this actually is a thing or not. I feel like they want Castle and Crit and other trigger systems to be relegated to support debuff skills. I don't necessarily agree with that. All of the trigger things can have full DPS links without, like, occurring extra cost, as far as I could tell, to the reservation, because they don't have a reservation multiplier. Which to me implies if you can proc it, it's going to deal extra damage for you. But I think you have to decide how much utility you want versus how much extra damaging skills you want proccing. Does AG exist? I believe in an interview they said maybe might be tied to a different class. So when they do, like, for example, Templar, they might show off AG. That sort of thing. Jonathan didn't really give he gave a pretty nondescript answer about it, I think. Because I think Gazzy asked him about it. He said something was coming, yeah. I think he was just saying it was, like, tied to a different class. Would this work on grenades? Yeah, this should work on grenades. Grenades have, I don't know how long their timer is, but when I was watching Ziggy's video, when he was doing, like, the Trial of Sekimas, he was missing enemies all the time because he'd shoot the grenades out and they would just walk past it and they'd blow up way delayed. Elemental Discharge, Firestorm. I have no idea what Elemental Discharge even is. The description's, like, non-existent. Something we'll have to test if whether or not it's good or not, type of thing. You'd rather blow up the grenades yourself and save a support slot? Yeah, and I think there's nodes on the tree that give like timer delay or timer, like making the timer for explode faster. New PoE streamer not screenshotting the additional tab on the gems. What do you mean? What am I not? What am I not screenshotting? You're kidding, dude. I'm out of water again. I'm so thirsty. We're only at the L's, man. There's so many more support gems. How am I out of water already? I need hydration. I need it badly. Water. Oh, I'll be right back. We're almost there, guys. We're almost through the 174 support gems. I just need more hydration. I cannot wait to be over being sick. I'm going through the water way more than normal just because my throat just feels constantly dry and sore. So I'm just drinking way more water. But it'll be over soon. Hopefully in time for the PoE 2 launch. Not being sick on launch sounds like ideal situation. Tell me the title of the song. We're currently just listening to Oblivion Town music. That's what we're listening to. Oblivion Town music. Not too crazy. Or use cluster grenades. It carpets the whole screen. Yeah, the cluster grenades look legit. The cluster grenades look legit. I think Grenadier builds are gonna have a good time, to be honest. Support skills have 30% less skill effect duration. Sure. Life drain, 12% recover over 4 seconds with support skill culls an enemy. Cool, I guess. Life leech only works for attack fizz. Life tap. Skills cost life instead of 100% mana cost. Sure. Not sure how I feel about that, but sure. Support skills inflict lightning exposure for 8 seconds on shocking an enemy. Yeah, so all the exposures deal 25% less damage, but then they last for 8 seconds when they proc a shock ignite or a chiller freeze. Show the stacks. Nothing. Nothing. I don't know what you were expecting. There are no snacks. I've had a mouth ulcer for a week now. That sucks. Yeah, ooh, that doesn't sound fun. That does not sound fun. He ate it all. I ate nothing. Okay. No can do. No, we did not eat anything. He's lying. I'm not lying. Cheese equal already consumed. Shut your mouth. All right. Lockdown. Supported skills have up to 120% more pin. Freeze build up, pin build up, daze, heavy stun. None of this is me killing the enemy. I will pass. I gotta be honest. I just don't. Maybe this stuff will prove to be like Omega useful and good, but I just have such a hard time seeing it. CC is now meta. I don't think it's going to be. I think there's going to be builds that just kill monsters and they're just objectively better because what's better, a frozen monster or a dead monster? It's better to have the monster just be dead. You're 2 PoE 1 brain rotted? Maybe. I still think it's going to be the case if you can optimize to the point where you're killing the monster fast, stuff like this is just going to be irrelevant. Like, it's going to be irrelevant except for the first playthrough. I think it just depends how good your character is. The better your character is, the less doing the freaking combos and CCs matter. CC's got to be good. You think so? You guys think I'm too... You guys may be right. Maybe I am too brain rotted. But what if I'm not wrong? And then if I do make a good enough character, it is irrelevant. You might as well build a CC setup because you have 9 slots. That's true. We do have a lot of extra slots. There's no reason we can't support it. Better defense is having... No. Damage is not defense, guys. Defense is defense. Damage helps you need less defense less often, but you still need defense. Mana Flare. Goodbye all my mana. Support any spells that hits enemies, causing it to trigger a Mana Flare. On critical hit, the Mana Flare consumes your mana, deal fire damage. Cannot support the skills of minions. I don't know how to feel about that. Feels like a risk, though. I'm sure if you can watch out everything on the map, it's not necessary, but you always keep CCs like freeze and pin for whatever rares and stuff. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I'll find out soon enough when we actually get to play. Right now, I'm hesitant to believe it will work out that well. Ooh, look at this, guys. Meat Shield. Minions from supported skills. L, 35% less damage. That is an L, right? What do we think? Thoughts? Do we think it's deal less damage or take less damage? What do you guys think? What do you think it's supposed to say here? Deal? You guys think it's deal? It does come with 50% more monster life. Deal 100%. Okay, so break the damage, but they have more life. Fair enough. Sport skills, 1% more damage for each bolt reloaded in the past 6 seconds. Got a speed reload to take advantage of this bad boy. Take 35% less L's? Yeah, something like that. Sounds bad, yeah. If I've reloaded 10 times in the last 6 seconds and I'm dealing 10% more damage, I am crying in the corner because I'm reloading more than once per second. That sounds pretty rough. Per bolt reloaded. Are you saying that you can reload, like, the machine gun thing? Is that like 5 bolt, 5 bolt, 5 bolt? Rapid fire is 110 bolts. You know what? Maybe you guys are right. Maybe this is legit. This is legit for the rapid fire skills. That's a lot of damage then. Definitely going to be good on high capacity. Yeah, you guys might be right. Okay, I was imagining the scenario where you reload 1 bolt at a time. You know what? You guys are right. I'm cooked. Melee Fizz, classic. Why have a slow attack when you can have an even slower attack? You'll love to see it. Minion packed. We'll definitely probably be looking at minion packed. +1 gem, sure. Support skills that can be used while moving, allowing you to move faster while using them. Support skills deal less damage, 40% less movement speed penalty while using supported skills. Penalty? Yeah, you know how like you like say you're kiting and you're shooting a skill, you walk slower when you're casting the skill, but you're still like you can still move. This is deleting some of the movement penalty with it. Like the ranger flips. No, it's like if you're shooting, let's say like lightning arrow, and you're going shpa, 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 you know? You're shooting lightning arrows. Your character could still move while doing that, but you walk at a slower pace. With this support, you'll walk slightly faster, but still not full walking speed. More duration. Classy. Multiple charge. Support skills that can generate charge, giving them a chance to generate an additional charge when they do so. Okay, sure. Why not? I think you just put this on, like, if you're using, like, Combat Frenzy or something, maybe. Multi-proj, classy. Multi-poison, also classy, sure. Multiple traps. Traps don't exist yet. That's not even a real support as far as I'm concerned. I have not seen a single trap skill. Support electrocute primed enemies. The hell is a primed enemy? Oh, I wish I was in game right now because I could use the little UI where there'd be like an underline here and I could click it and I'd be like, yo, what's primed enemies? And it's like, this person has supported Amazon with $5 or not $5, like $60 a year. Something like that. Probably what it would say. Overcharge. Increased effective shocks from supported skills. Okay, hold the phone. I feel like somebody would...
And my axe.
And my axe. Yo, appreciate the prime, Jimmy. Not Jimmy. Jibby. I'm sorry. Shock. I feel like people have been saying that shock is now base 30%, and you always inflict a 30% if you proc the shock. Does that sound real to you guys? Yeah, this stuff is like just all outdated. Slash. I've heard that a lot. It's real. Where are people getting that information from? Because I still don't know. Is it just like the effect of the shock affects like the duration it lasts? Or like how does this... This seems updated. The chance to apply shock depends on how the amount of pre-mitigation damage received relative to 25% of the AM1 threshold. Crits do not inherently inflict, but they do not directly blah 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 blah. Affecting the damage dealt. Because shock chance is determined before mitigation, resistance is blah blah blah. It doesn't say 30%. It doesn't say like... Jonathan said it somewhere. The in-game prompts and keyword tests. Okay, so people pulled up like stuff about shock at some point somewhere, and people clipped it. Like the thing I don't get, like looking at this, it says 75% increased effect from shocks from supported skills. Does that mean instead of a 30% shock, I'm going to get a 52.5% shock? Is that what I'm taking away from this? Is that you can get past the 30% number, but you need effect? Or is it just easier to apply? It doesn't make sense for easier to apply. I feel like it'd have to be a multiplier on the 30% number. That's kind of interesting. The double shock on Stormweaver, and then maybe if you have a skill that could just proc your shocks, sounds pretty legit, to be honest. Can we inflict 50-50? Yeah, maybe. Easier to apply would be kind of rough, yeah. That's definitely gonna be worth looking into, is having a skill that you use to just proc some shocks then. The double shock node on that character looking kind of good right now. Aren't shocks 4 seconds long, but for 50% less and 50% less, your window is so small? Is that how they work? Yeah, I need to open up that YouTube video of the shock we saw. The max roll shock milky video.
Says 7 of these are secret found hidden behind a maze.
Right here.
Welcome to the Max Roll channel. My name is Milky, and in this video, we'll be going over all the pinnacle bosses we know about so far for Path of Exile 2. Now, the 7 pieces of pinnacle content are separated into 3.
Yeah, I totally missed it.
In the comments.
Yeah, right here.
Down below. Well, by defeating Uber Cam.
38. The number's not changing. Also, side note, this guy's DPS is cracked. Absolutely eviscerating Viper and Apawatsa. That means they have shock effect on the tree. Okay, so they have that without the shock effect support thing, right? Is that an exposure node? That's what I'm kind of wondering about. Minus 50. Double shock, minus, maybe. I'm going to keep coping that reveal of the Arcane Surge thing is real. What is this? Ball Lightning and Spark is what this character is using. And also Lightning Warp was maybe just cast. Stormier looks 6, but I worry about defenses. I'm going to stick to my original thought, which is I think Witch will have the best access defenses of any class just because ES seems OP. Curse scaling seems OP. I honestly don't think Witch is going to have a problem being tanky compared to other classes, but we'll see. I mean, a lot of this... Maybe the recovery will just be way too bricked. Sources versus Witch. Oh, both can be tanky. Either or. They both can go ES because they both start at the good location on the tree. I think my thought process is it's literally going to be Sork, Witch are tankiest because they're at the good spot of the tree. Then Monk because Monk's actually like kind of close. And then it's going to be like freaking Warrior because Warrior can be Titan and Titan can be like life and maybe decent. Also, potentially Gemling Legionnaire with just max res scaling could be good probably too. Ranger's going to be complete paper. Every class starts in the middle. You start in the middle, but not at this, like, you're still 30 nodes away from the other side of the quote unquote middle. Like, here, let's go to
to each character class, so choose one.
You look at like the passive tree. If you start on Templar, you're maybe like 5 to 10 points away from being close to the good stuff on the tree, right? But if you start on Warrior, you're no longer 5 to 10 points away, you're 20 points away. If you start on Duelist Mercenary, that's all the way at the bottom, you're 30 points away, right? But Ranger can stack decks? Good! They'll have accuracy! And they'll still get one-tapped by everything. Pretty sure Ben said Legionnaire is cracked for defenses. The only thing Legionnaire has defensively is max res. Max res is very good. We don't know yet if bosses have pen. But yeah, max res will be solid. But we haven't seen anything else outside of the max res node, right? Ranger players deserve it after what they've done. The PoE 1, yep. They deserve some suffering. The Rangers player justice is happening. Their judgment day is here, baby. I'm waiting to Lamau at Merc mauled over the new tornado shot. What's wrong with the new tornado shot? Die in maps with no defenses? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Depends how good evasion and armor stuff is. Legionnaire might go crazy with quality and extra curse effect. I think Legionnaire is a huge freaking gamble. The way I look at Legionnaire, like if you go and you pull up the Legionnaire nodes, the Legionnaire nodes has 3 additional skill slots, which I have to be honest with you, I think this is basically a dead node. It's not dead because it makes this node a bit better, but in terms of like league start, you click this and you're literally never going to get use out of this until like 100 hours of gameplay has gone by or something. I just have such a hard time seeing us use that many skill slots. This node is the only node that I think can carry this Ascendency. The max res node is legitimately good. Attribute node I think is completely unnecessary. Attributes seem very easy to solve for gems. So this node needs to be good, or you're never clicking this, or if you're clicking this, you're making a mistake, I think. And then all quality could be okay, but you have to go through a node, which could be another dead node. It's very contingent on whether or not these nodes are good here, and if this node's good. This 2-pointer seems good for sure. This seems like a dead node. It just feels bad to have to go through dead nodes in order to get a node that's decent behind it type of thing. You fill the slots up for res? Yeah, but that's still my point, though. Is you're spending 4 Ascendency points to get just this, right? And that doesn't feel great. In 4, there's a node with a damage per highest attribute. Yeah, if there's some like stat stacking node on there, then that might be able to carry it type of thing, but if this node is completely dead, even if this node isn't completely dead, I don't know. It depends what quality does on stuff. That will affect a lot. Whether or not this node's worth going towards, and you basically you're betting on these 4 nodes, they have to be decent. Stat stacking looks crazy on the tree, so being able to giga stat stack and fully be flexible with gems seems so strong to me. Okay, I'm gonna... This is like one of the most common things I keep hearing. This node has not 0, but maybe like 1% synergy with stat stacking. This node is not about stat stacking. It's about saving yourself. This is about spending less attributes, is what this is. This is about having less attributes on the gear, essentially. Like, it's just not necessary. To hit your attribute requirements, because of how they change gems with attribute requirements, it's just so much easier than it is in PoE 1. Because the way attribute requirement works is it's based on this. You get 1 support gem of the respective attribute per 5 of the attribute. So if you have like 1 item that says 40 strength, that's going to let you put on 8 red gems. If you're a stat stacker, you're going to have excess attributes already, and this is going to be pretty superfluous. I had the misconception there. I thought attributes only restrict the number of support gems you can have. That says skill slot, so I assumed that was 3 extra skill slot gems. The skill slot is like, instead of 9 6 links, you get 12 6 links. That's the 3 extra skill slots. How do gem requirements work? If you have 50 decks, in order to put... If you have 50 decks, you can use up to 10 green gems. If you want to put on another green gem, you need to get to 55 decks. Cool, never heard that word before. Learned something new today. I'm glad I could do that for you. Hopefully I used it correctly. 12 6 links for a total of 60 supports. Yep, that sounds about right. For supports at least. Also, attribute highway nodes lets you pick whatever attribute you want, which is nice. Yeah. My main thought process is the value of this node. Let's just give an example. Like if you're playing a stat stacker, if you're playing, let's say, a deck stacker. If you're playing a deck stacker, you're most likely a life build. You already want strength on your gear all over the place because strength is life, and you're going to want to scale that. You're never going to run into a problem with strength gems. And then you're going to say maybe throughout your build, you have, let's say, 10 int gems. At most, you need 50 total int, which is literally 1 int suffix on gear. You know? So you would spend an entire Ascendency node for the value of 1 suffix on gear. That's not good value. On top of the fact that maybe if you have all attribute rolls on like your rings, like if you're a stat stacker, you have all attribute on your ring, maybe you have it on your amulet, you don't even spend a suffix on gear because you already have some extra int left over from when you rolled all attribute on a few different items because you're trying to get int or you're trying to get dex and strength to a high number. And you literally don't even save a suffix because you were going to get those suffixes anyways. Like, this node, I don't know how many people have misconceived this to be somehow like good with attribute stacking. It's just not. This is not the attribute stacking Ascendency. Unless there's some other nodes on here that give you like some scaling per attribute, there's no synergy with that. Do we have any info on how good quality is on gems? No. I have not seen anything about quality on gems yet. 60 supports is 300 required attribute. Divide that over 3 stats is only 100 per stat. Yeah, roughly thereabouts. And then if you factor in the fact your character's probably going to have like 40 travel nodes, you already have 200 of the required stat. And you're looking at about 100 total attribute from gear, which is, while you're running through the campaign IDing items, you're going to get 100 stat across, you know, your 9 items or whatever, right? It's just, both of these nodes are just giga, very hard to have value. This gives this node value, but outside that, it's a pretty much worthless node. And I don't know. This Ascendency, I think you league start it, unless these nodes are good on league start, like the stuff over here, unless this is good on league start, I think you're super baiting yourself. Boys, we haven't played the game. It's not about not playing the game. You can make accurate assessments of how strong things are with relative accuracy with this sort of information. Lozapan, like, if you, can you give any argument that makes this good? That refutes what I'm saying? Because I don't think you can. I think it's the case for a lot of things. It's pretty easy to tell how good something's going to be on a start situation. Deck stacking would have perfect accuracy. Yeah, I wonder how that'll turn out. They'll get their attack speed scaling to be decent. They'll have accuracy. I don't know. I think that they're gonna be paper. I'm gambling and I accept that this might be a non-Ascendency. At least it doesn't ruin Mercenary. The good news is you don't take any risk because you can look at both Ascendancies before you ascend, right? And the Witch Hunter seems to be pretty decent. So like you can easily you pull up the Ascendancy altar, you hover these nodes over here, and if these nodes are good, then you're golden. You can log in and have a good time. But if they're not good, then you run Witch Hunter, and it's like no harm, no foul, right? So you have a safe backup option. Witch Hunter seems meh. It's just generic stuff, kind of. Witch Hunter's kind of generic compared to a lot of the other Ascendancies. Like the Cull, reverse Cull is just generic damage, right? The Explode is just generic clear. It's not bad. It's not maybe exceptional, but it's not bad type of thing. This would be as strong in the cases where you have a spec that doesn't match with the support gems you need. IG Instacker that needs a gazillion fire gems or something because it converts fire to the latter end. You need a gazillion fire gems on an Instacker. All the synergy with instacking is mana related and spell damage related and lightning damage related. Right? As far as we know. I mean, we have literally the entire list of support gems here. I don't think GGG's randomly going to be like, int is now the fire-based attribute, and we're going to give a bunch of fire synergy to int stuff, right? It's an example. Well, it's an example of something that doesn't exist. That's my point. You have to make up a fictional example in order to, like, cope that it's gonna, there's a possibility where it's relevant. There's nothing stopping you from Avatar of Fire? There's a lot of things stopping you from Avatar of Fire. Like where it is on the tree and like your brain. There's a lot of things freaking stopping you from going Avatar. We don't know the uniques yet. Okay, guys, listen. If you guys want to cope that this is a good node, I will not stop you, okay? You do you. You make your attribute stacker with adaptive capabilities. I wash my hands of this, okay? I'm going to stop trying to convince you to make a terrible decision. You do what you do. Let me know how it goes. I am not guilty or responsible for the choice you made to go this Ascendency for this node. Wait a minute, there used to be a time where Archmage was strongest on Cremation? A time when Archmage was strongest on Cremation? What time was this? I remember there was a time when hardcore players were pretending that DD was somehow better than Ice Nova or Frostbolt, but that was just never correct. It was just literally never than it was never better than Ice Nova or Frostbolt. They were just coping. I don't know about the Cremation thing. Maybe there was something before that. 3.10, that's, I have no idea, dude. That's too long ago. That's too long ago. I don't remember that. Fubgun, are you still going Merc? Yeah, that's a good question. Fubgun, are you going Mercenary? And are you planning to be a Gemling Legionnaire? Surely not. He's gonna be a Witch Hunter. It was a thing though. Okay, so you used Cremation on Archmage. Question, Deedle. How many blue gems did you use in that build? You see my point? Like, yes, that's technically a fire gem, but the amount of gems you used that were blue was overwhelming, was it not? Hence, you only needed a couple of green and only a couple of red. Hence, this node, aka a useless. Why do I feel like Witch Hunter will be like Demon Hunter of D3? So utterly broken? I don't know. I don't know why you feel that way. I think Witch Hunter will just be decent. I think it's like got generically decent nodes. The Explode looks pretty chill. What was the clip of the Explode? I want to pull that up because it looks freaking good. It was in the Open Worlds game one, wasn't it? Are you logging into Witch? No, I'm going to log into Sorceress, Fubgun. I'm going to log into Sork. I think the highest DPS build, if I was going to throw a dart at a board, is going to be Archmage. I have not seen comparable damage multipliers on the other stuff. If you only need a few red and a few green, let's say even one of those requirements crosses 60 or 70, in that case, you're essentially gaining 70 int or 30 int or whatever from each of those gem colors. In order to use 70 attribute, you need that would be what? 14 off-color gems. That's a ton of off-color gems, first of all. Second of all, even in that case where you need 70 int, you know, like across your gear pieces, I'm going to repeat this again like I said it before. You're saying you're a stat stacker. You want all attribute on your suffixes of your rings and your amulet. You do not sacrifice a suffix roll because you have already gotten enough stats from the suffixes on your amulet and your rings to get enough. You see what I'm saying? Like, the issue is people keep thinking somehow some attribute stacking thing, and you're literally going to hit the attribute you need to put on a pretty large amount of extra gems just from suffixes you're going to grab anyways if you're doing an attribute stacker. I'm so done with this conversation. Dude, Void, you click Gemini Legionnaire, dude. Click it. Don't let me stop you. Just click it. And so you need a staff that you want to equip at 250 ends. If you need a staff that you want to equip at 250 ends. Okay, so let me get this straight. You're a dex strength stacker that's putting on a staff? What are we talking about? What is this conversation? We're going to put on the weapon that cannot use attack skills for my attribute stacker that is specifically related to a damaged person. Let's stack dex and get attack speed for my staff build. Guys, what's with the whole make up an impossible scenario to make it make sense? It doesn't... Hear me you out, Fumgun? What do you say? What are you gonna say? What you got? I've been too distracted by this whole conversation. I'm getting one guy out of my mind. People are going side eyes, had good points and terrible examples. Well, the thing is, they can't get a good example. There isn't really good examples for it. Deedle, do you have a good example? I don't think there's a good example for it. I have no faith. I wanted to showcase the mercenary explode. He was in this video. Oh, no, it's not this video, because they did a bunch of monk showcase stuff with this video. You roll Witch Hunter instead? Well, exactly, right? I'm just arguing with the people that are claiming that Gemini Legionnaire is somehow good. My perspective is it grants 50 to 110 flat attributes as opportunity cost in basic scenario, but no, it doesn't, though. It doesn't, though. Because to get to the 50 to 100 attribute, you have to get to that freaking amount of supports, which is incredibly hard to do to begin with. The only way you're getting to that amount of supports is if you're grabbing the max res node and you've locked yourself into 2 dead nodes at that point. Because the suffixes on gear required to get there is not that hard or not that powerful. And you're sacrificing your Ascendency nodes for it. Do we get any decent news today? Do we get any decent news today? I've been going through support gems. I'm never gonna get through. The bad part about Witch Hunter is the defenseless one. Witch Hunter's not necessarily defensive. The Sorcery Ward could be decent. I don't know how I feel about Sorcery Ward. Sorcery Ward, I'll make up my opinion after I play with Energy Shield Recharge, which should be Sorcery Ward, but like slightly better in terms of recovery. Quality works. Quality means you have basically, let's say you have your skill, which is Fireball. We don't know what the quality gives yet. They haven't told us yet, but Fireball might say once you put on quality, you can go up to 20 quality on a gem, for example. Is the standard way they do it in PoE 1. We'll see. Maybe gems are limited to 10 quality in PoE 2. Probably 20. Keep it uniform, but Most likely, it'll be something like Fireball deals 20% more damage after you put 20 quality on it. We don't know if it's going to be that good. They haven't showed us, but it could be anywhere from something that gives like 10% more power, 20% more power, to like 5% more power, somewhere in that range. That's what we've seen quality in previous, you know, iterations of PoE 1. There's a good chance they do it differently, though. Sword Ward reminds me of Bastion. Yeah. It's like Bastion with worse recovery, but it can have a way higher number, essentially. But you have to sacrifice evasion armor, which depends how much you care about that sort of stuff. Do you think there are any skills that will fit into your ES Sork build that you can have high uptime on bosses? Yeah, there's a lot of duration-based skills, Kazanite. Firestorm, Lightning Storm, Orbistorm, Solar Orb. There's tons of skills that have high duration. You put them down once, you walk around for 5 seconds. There's quite a few of those. Multiple elemental build? Depends mostly on tree support, which with the staff swap, it might be pretty doable. Pulverize, Rage. AoE, less attack speed. Dude, the less attack speed stuff is gonna feel bad. I'm picturing it right now. There's somebody that's gonna have melee fizz linked to pulverize with a slow attack speed maze. It's gonna be sketch. Rage Forge. Support skills consume 10 rage if possible to deal 35% more damage. I wonder what kind of rage generation you can get to do that. Support skills grant 4 rage per 5 power. Neat. So you have the fast war cry with no cooldown, and you're just like, hoo, 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 and then you get 35% more damage. What does rage even give? I think it gives like an empowered attack, kind of like charges maybe. Maybe it gives some increased damage, I don't know. Looking at mana stacking my Sork Dampling? Me too, man, me too. Are you excited for all the potential broken interactions the dev didn't consider? PoE players have an knack for breaking. Oh, absolutely. That's one of the most fun things about this, is there's so many possibilities of things to do. There's quite a lot of builds I'm excited about making. Ads? Any gifters? Fufgun, are you really trying to get a freebie? You're out here begging? Gift begging every day? Yeah, he's on the side of the street. Same, bro, same. Guys, chill out. Relax. 2 leagues a year, money's tight, you know. That's understandable. That's understandable. He's magic finding subs. Something like that. Support skills aggravate bleed on hit against heavy stuns. Okay. Ruthless. Every 5th, 500% more stun buildup. +1 support. Or cooldown. +1 cooldown. Less recovery rate. Oh, that's right. Wait a second. You guys remember the hammer guy? All right, I'm sorry, but it's actually going to take you like a minute or an hour and 40 minutes. I forgot you were using Second Wind on your Hammer of the Gods. Sorry, Samwise, had to do it to you. 50% less CDR. You should have read the fine print on this bad boy. Melee with Supercharged Slam. Who cares about less attack speed? It's 3 seconds for 3 stages for almost 500% damage. Give it some Juicy Bleed or Fire with War Cries. What happens when you get stun locked out of it? What happens when you get stun locked out of it? Dude, this is what's gonna happen, okay? This is literally this. Hold on. This is the future. Hold on, let's go ahead and can I just clear this whole thing? I don't know. I'm just gonna delete it. Okay. Paint Classic. Hold on. There is gonna be 2 realities, okay? Okay. Okay. Over here. Oh, nope. Hold on. Okay. This guy. Supercharge. Giga melee slam. Took 20 seconds to proc debuffs. Now 5-second slam animation. Okay. That's the setup. That's the setup. He swings, okay? There's like an ant or something. I don't know. It's like an ant. I don't know. Anyways, he slams. Boom. He hits it. 50 damage. Okay. 50 damage. And then over here. I don't even know what I'm drawing. This is a, shit. What am I drawing? Let's do this. Let's do this instead. All right. This is a T-Rex, okay? This is a T-Rex, okay? And I go... 1 million, okay? That's a fireball, by the way. T-Rex wearing heels is not wearing heels. It's not wearing heels. Okay, it's not wearing heels. Okay, this guy literally, he's spending like 25 setups with his setup and ramp, deals 50 damage. We're going to cast one fireball, boom, 1 million damage. This, you better be prepared. This is going to be the warrior setup. This is going to be the warrior experience. This is going to be the Sork experience. This is what it's going to look like. You guys are going to like, oh, I'm breaking his armor. I'm breaking his armor. Here, let me cast vulnerability. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I need to war cry. War cry again. Okay. Charge up the slam. Oh, he stunned me. Okay, let me roll. Oh, he stunned me again. Let me roll. Okay, I'm going to hit him this time. Oh, he stunned me. Let me roll. And then you're going to finally get it off. And boom, 50 damage. I'm going to walk in. Psh, one fireball. Monster dead. That's how it's going to go. That's how it's going to freaking go. This is your future as a warrior player. I hope you guys are ready to get stun locked out of your abilities time and time again. That's your future. Is 100% accurate? It is. It's totally accurate. There's gonna be a mass exodus. The warrior players, they're gonna slog their way through the 20 hours of campaign or whatever it is, however long it takes them. And then they're gonna boot up Twitch and they're gonna start pulling up sorceress gameplay, and they're gonna be like, yo, what the hell am I missing out on? And they're gonna log out, log back in on a level 1 Sork, and they're gonna start leveling. Okay, they're gonna all abandon ship when they start getting stun locked repeatedly in maps. There are no one-hit stuns that fills up. Okay, I obviously, I made a large amount of the enemy hitting you just be transcoded into a short period of time, because here's what happens. I didn't want to like showcase the fact that you were charging up your slam for 3 seconds and the enemy hit you 4 times and then stunned you on the 4th hit. You know what I mean? Unless one of the warrior nodes says no more stun. I guess the warrior node does have some stun threshold and stuff. Meanwhile, the Chonk players are killing pinnacle bosses. Okay, you asked for it. I'm gonna show you your future. All right, Chonk player. Hold on. Guys, he needs to know. He needs to know. If you're a Chonk player, this is your future, okay? Look closely. Look closely. It's at like minute 57 in this, I'm pretty sure. Here's your future as a chunk player, okay? I'm gonna need you to observe this gameplay closely.
Giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each in-game mechanic needs to have a pinnacle in-game.
This is the
encounter.
chunk gameplay.
While
Prepare
killing
yourself.
breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone.
Oh snap. You saved up your 300 splinters. You clicked 30 times in like 10 different maps. You logged onto your chunk. You're like, this is it. This is what I've been waiting
Using
for.
a vile technology called the
It's
Realm
time.
Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
I have some access to the game right now, so I've been playing some Minion stuff. Wait, wait, what? That table you have access? Dude, what the hell? Share with the rest of us.
Fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht.
All right.
We that are one.
Take close account of what happens with the chonk gameplay, guys. Not chonk gameplay, by the way. This is chonk gameplay. You guys watching? No darkness bar? Oh yeah, here's the thing. This guy was smart enough not to click darkness, but believe it or not, chonk is still bad. Okay? Chonk is still bad. Alright, keep watching.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all.
Wait, is this the wrong gameplay? Is this actually the wrong
We
gameplay?
still have the progression system.
Dude, where the hell is the chonk gameplay? Freaking dang it. Oh, this is the wrong one. Oh, no. This is the Invoker one. Where's the chonk one, man? If I can find it now. Chonk killed the boss already? No, it didn't. Oh, dude, where is it? Where is the chonk gameplay?
Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the
Let it
image.
play. Does it swap the
Allocating these
chunk
points will
gameplay
make
halfway
breaches
through?
And the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more.
Oh, this is the, yeah. Hey, this is the Merc Explosion showcase I wanted to show you guys earlier.
While the large nodes have more specific bonuses.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is the explode gameplay. Okay, all these dudes closing in, closing in, closing in, closing in. Okay, you watching? You watching? You watching? Yeah. He shoots. He gets like one thing blows up, or that's the shock grenade blows up, and then he procs the I guess this didn't proc the explosion, but his next hit proc the explosion. Yeah, there you go. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this. Oh, go back. This is the chalk gameplay. No, this is the Merc gameplay. This is the Merc gameplay. Right there. Right there. Look at all those explosions that procced. It is beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, power of the sun! Right there. Boom. Kaboom. So much for visual clarity. Okay, part of the reason it looks so unclear is because I'm going frame by frame. You're not going to play frame by frame. It's going to be boom, and then you're going to keep moving, right?
As a pack of magic monsters that can guard them.
Yeah. I like that explosion aesthetic. It looks good. Okay, where is the freaking Zestula fight?
Allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands.
I'm so good.
Mysterious debuff.
Was it not in this preview?
You will need to defeat
somewhere?
Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above.
Oh, we're here. We're here. Okay, sorry, we're here. All right. Where are my chonk enthusiasts? Where are my chonk enthusiasts? Okay. There is no darkness. He spec'd the into the breach node. You can see the breach juice. You see it up here, right? He's picking up his buff. Okay. Now look at his ES bar. Look closely at his ES bar.
Above certain thresholds.
Look at it. Look at it. Instant leech, baby. Instant leech. He'll recover eventually. Look at the leech. Look at the leech. Look at it. That's your chonk gameplay.
Above certain thresholds.
Look at your leech. There's your instant leech. Oh, instant leech. I'll always be at full ES. Yeah, maybe after freaking like 30 seconds you'll be at full ES.
Defeating Sesh at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed.
Where's the damage? He's playing chonk. You don't have any damage. Your Ascendency has no damage scaling. Your damage scaling is clicking, hey, let me delete all my auras to then grab another node that gives less damage than the auras would have given me. Because you clicked chonk. Chonk hater, don't hate me because I tell the truth. Don't hate me because I tell the truth. That's 250k damage.
But there are many more.
Could be pretty good for all we know. This looks like you lost, okay? This is the same screen all the Rangers are gonna see, okay? If you're on the same level as the Rangers, not a good look, okay? Not a good look. This is what the Rangers are gonna be seeing. Chonk's gonna be there right there with the Rangers. You have died. Just embarrassing. Just embarrassing. Rangers are going to be low-key OP. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I think they're going to be paper. I wonder if anyone's tanking that hand. There was a clip of me saying I would tank it at some point. Somebody made a clip. I said I'm going to tank it with my 15k ES or something like that. Easy peasy. Anyways, guys, I don't know if you know what day it is, but it's Thursday. And on Thursdays, I usually play Apex with my brother. And it's about time when I go to play Apex with my brother. So, real quick, what are the rest of the support gems? Slower Proj, less speed, okay. Shock Siphon, who cares? Soul Drain, blah, blah, blah. Spell Echo, this is sure, whatever. Break Armor, blah, blah, blah. When you take Shockwave Step, Stomping Ground, don't care. Ignited Enemies, Stormfire. Shocks from sword skills do not expire on ignited enemies. Ooh! Okay. Yo, that'll work nice with my double shock. Shocks from supported skills will not expire on ignited enemies. I like that. I like that. Swift Affliction, classy, stun build up. There's so many stun things. Unleash is just genuinely good, I think. It's just a good support. Vitality, gonna use that for sure. Weapon elemental damage, just generically good. Volley is not real. I don't think it's in the game anymore. Wild Charge seems cool. Windows Opportunity. Support skills deal 50% more damage when released with perfect timing. The hell does that mean? Perfect timing. No clue what that means. Withering Shot, sure. All right. There's a lot of good supports there. I think we're ready. I think we're ready for PoE 2 on December 6th. We just need to stall for 7 more days. It's all it will really take. It's just 7 more days. It's gonna be so long. Hopefully they give us more details tomorrow, more in-depth stuff to look at. Okay, we got through the support jabs. We're running out of things to stall on. 7 more days. This could take literally forever. Just unironically could take straight up forever. Who's streaming PoE 2? Yo, Hog streaming? I'm gonna raid Hog. Hog, if you guys don't know him, is pretty chill guy. He was one of the first D4 players that decided, you know what, this game's crap. I'm gonna go play PoE, and he never looked back. Well, he did look back to meme on Rod Ferguson, and you got to pay him respects for that. All right, so I'm gonna send you guys over to Hog. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully, you guys had fun today, and yeah, until next time, I'll see you guys later. Have a good night and good rest of your evenings. All right, enjoy Hog stream, everybody.
and
struggling through
endless
action
streaming.
or the
It
Elden Ring, there'll
sold
be a certain amount of rage quitters. Yeah, of
$666 million
course.
in sales in just 6
There's gonna be-
days.
look.
But as the seasons rolled on,
Holy
problems emerged,
Lance!
underwhelming updates, lack of end game content, frustrated players, even